皆様にご案内申し上げます。まもなく開会ございますようよろしくお願いいたします。まもなく開会となります。お席にてお待ちくださいますようよろしくお願いいたします。皆様、本日は
Thank you all very much for coming this morning. We would like to now begin the 7th International Forum for Sustainable Asia and the Pacific, ISAP. In opening this session, we would like to have some opening remarks from distinguished speakers. I would like to first of all introduce the Chairman of the Board of Directors from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, Mr. Hamanaka. The floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hamanaka, the Chairman of the Board of Directors from IGES, the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. On behalf of IGES and the co-organizer, UNU IAS, the United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability, allow me to speak in opening the session. Thank you all very much for coming to the ISAP2015, the 7th International Forum for Sustainable Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Shoichiro Seki, Counselor of Global Environment Bureau of Ministry of Environment. Mr. Shinya Yoshikawa, Vice Governor of Kanagawa Prefecture. The keynote speaker, Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, Director of the Earth Institute of Columbia University. Mr. Thierry Dana, Ambassador of France to Japan. Professor Yoriko Kawaguchi, Meiji Institute for Global Affairs of Meiji University. Mr. Rintaro Tamaki, Deputy Secretary General of the Organizations for Economic Cooperation and Development, and all the presenters and participants, thank you very much for coming. IGES and UNU IAS welcome you to Yokohama, Kanagawa Prefecture. We also had tremendous support from United Nations Environment Program, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Asian Development Bank, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and National Institute for Environmental Studies in organizing this forum. On top of that, we are supported by Ministry of Environment, Kanagawa Prefecture, Hyogo Prefecture, Yokohama City, Kawasaki City, Kitakyushu City, JICA Japan, International Cooperation Agency, and many more organizations and groups. I once again extend my gratitude to all of your unfailing support. IGES is aiming for the sustainable development in Asia and Pacific region by conducting pragmatic and innovative policy studies so that the effective recommendations can be delivered. Our mission is to be instrumental in policy makings by setting ourselves to be the change agent that promotes transition to sustainable society, thus working in collaboration with multiple stakeholders. ISAP is the forum to discuss challenges with experts, international organizations, municipalities, and industries that Asia-Pacific region faces toward transition to sustainable society. As a result, information, knowledge, and its means are shared by promoting cooperation. And it started back in 2009, and it's the 7th this time. Now, this ISAP is themed Solutions for Change, Forging Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships Towards 2030. Therefore, there will be two key themes: Sustainable Development Goals, so-called the SDGs, and the climate change. This year is the important year in which milestones related to these themes will be decided, so it's a prime opportunity to host this forum at this time of year. In fact, the final session on SDGs in the context of post-2015 development agenda had started in New York last week. 17 goals, 169 targets are proposed to be finalized, aiming for the adoption at the United Nations Summit in September. In the third International Conference on Financing for Development, which took place in Addis Ababa between July 13th to 16th, finance, technology, capacity development, science innovation, so-called the importance of means of implementation was recognized in order to execute SDGs. This resulted as an agreement of Addis Ababa Action Agenda setting future milestones. Followed by this opening session, Mr. Sachs will give us the keynote speech. And in the plenary session 1, our research outcome of reports related to the implementation of SDGs will be presented so as to discuss the prospects and perspectives of SDGs. Also, in order to implement SDGs here in Japan, the launch of Sustainable Solutions Network, SDSN Japan, is planned and is going to take a central core role down the road in the future. On the other hand, in order to transition to low-carbon society, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP21, will be held in Paris in December 2015, which relates to the Convention on Climate Change beyond 2020. Each country is already moving to set INDCs, the intended nationally determined contributions, as a tool to set the emissions reduction target. The INDCs of these countries, together with the organizational capabilities, are tested whether the world will be able to develop a roadmap towards low carbon and resilient future. In plenary session 2, we will present analytical results and discuss how to solicit an aspiring agreement towards COP21 by promoting climate change measures so that we could share a message for COP21 to come. In plenary session 3, we will discuss how China, Korea, Japan can contribute towards global low-carbon economy by sharing policies, knowledge, and lessons learned by their government and various policies and experiences that the municipalities have, and to share this globally, which would contribute greatly in promoting towards the low-carbon society. Now, in implementing measures for climate change and SDGs, both has to be in complementary relationship and cannot be done independently. Both has to be done in a comprehensive manner. SDGs cannot be achieved in full unless serious consequences are avoided. Therefore, effective approach is inevitable in the field of energy, land use, agriculture, urbanization, and infrastructure development. Tomorrow, we have plenary session 4. The discussion there will be how climate change and SDGs could be connected. In order to achieve such a complicated target, multifaceted views are extremely important. The cross-border collaboration between countries and regions of different levels will be essential, and joint implementation with various partners will be effective as well. In the parallel session, specific issues will be discussed deeper to seek for practical and innovative solutions. Our given time is limited to 2 days. However, we prepared as diverse sessions as possibly could. I encourage you to actively participate to seek solutions that would propel the transportation. And I hope that this forum will be beneficial to all of you. And I hope this ISAP will help promote such discussion. In closing, I would like to once again send my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who's here for the session. Thank you very much. Mr. Professor Hamanaka, thank you very much for those words. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Yoshikawa, who's the Vice Governor of Kanagawa Prefecture. The floor is yours. Minasan, おはようございます。私は吉川真二と申します。神奈川県の副知事を務めております。
プリフェクチャー。本日は第7回持続可能なアジア太平洋に関する国際フォーラム ISAP。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am so delighted to see all the experts and distinguished guests who came from all around the world, such as United States and Asia Pacific regions, for the 7th International Forum for Sustainable Asia and Pacific, the ISAP2015. It's the 7th forum, and I'm so honored to be able to host such a grand event here in Kanagawa. On behalf of the 9 million citizens, I welcome all of you. As you may all know, that IGES is an international organization, and through innovative policy research, they contribute greatly to improve environments in Asia-Pacific region, where population is on the rise along with rapid economic growth. As a local municipality, I'm counting on their important role going forward to promote international studies in the field of environment. Now, in 1992, Kanagawa Prefecture participated as a local government in UNCED, the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, so-called the Earth Summit. In reflection from that conference, we launched Kanagawa Global Environment Protection Promotion Conference with the members of citizens, corporate sector, NPOs, and administrators, and adopted the local agenda called Agenda 21 Kanagawa for the first time here in Japan. The chair of this conference is Mr. Hamanaka of IGES, who had just gave the opening remarks, and he is so instrumental to us in promoting environmental protection here in Kanagawa Prefecture. In the Kanagawa Smart Energy Plan, formulated in April 2014, highest target it set, which is by 2030, 45% of annual power consumption be generated from distributed power source. will aim to build new energy systems that are locally produced and consumed and introduce distributed power source such as renewable energy like photovoltaic power generation and gas cogeneration. Kanagawa will lead Smart Energy Initiative and target for sustainable society. I see many people from abroad. There are places to visit other than here, Yokohama. There's Hakone and also Kamakura for you to visit. Now, in Hakone, due to some volcanic activity recently observed, 1 kilometer radius from the Owaku Dani vent is set as a no-entry zone, but there are other areas where it's full of beautiful nature. And various events is going to take place as scheduled, where various people from all around Japan would come and visit. I would like you to also visit this place, Hakone, if your time allows. I hope that this forum will forge the network amongst participants after discussing on various topics, sharing multifaceted views. And I'm expecting that this forum will trigger further discussion going forward for the sustainable development in the future Asia-Pacific region. In closing, I'd like to wish for your continued success and development and hope that ISAP will play an important role in this international conference aiming for the sustainable Asia-Pacific. And I would like to wish for the continuous success and your visit here to Yokohama. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Yoshikawa. Well, we were supposed to have the visit of Mr. Soichiro Seki, who's the Counselor of Global Environment Bureau, Ministry of Environment. However, due to other engagement, he was not able to come. Therefore, with this, we would like to conclude the opening session, and we'd like to move on to the keynote speech.
Now, we would like to call upon Professor Jeffrey Sachs from is the Director, Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and Director of the Earth Institute, Columbia University. Professor Sachs, please take the podium.
Make sure I know how to do this. These? And back? Okay, very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here at the IGES conference at ISAP 2015. Last year I was able to join by video, and this year much better in person. And it is indeed a great pleasure and honor. It's also a great pleasure to be here without a tie. So I want to congratulate Japan on cool biz. If we could make a global revolution so we don't have to wear the ties anymore, I think all the men here would be very happy. So I want to thank the conference for making us so comfortable and enabling us to be together. We are here, as you've just heard, at a very important time, because now we're within 60 days of the world adopting the Sustainable Development Goals, having been discussed now for 3 intensive years. And I think the expectations are quite high, and they should be, because these new goals are extremely important. And I want to explain in just the few minutes that I have why they're so important and why I'm extraordinarily pleased that today IGES and UN University and other partners will also be launching the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for Japan, which is a part of a global network launched by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to promote the achievement of the new Sustainable Development Goals. We should define our terms, although I know everybody here knows them well. Sustainable development started 30 years ago as a concept that emphasized the intergenerational justice when Dr. Brundtland's famous commission first defined sustainable development. It was defined in terms of each generation meeting its needs in a way that would enable later generations to meet their needs. Over time, the definition has evolved, and I think it has evolved in a way which becomes more accessible and understandable to the public. The definition of sustainable development that underpins the new Sustainable Development Goals is that sustainable development is a holistic approach to society that emphasizes the integration of economic, social, and environmental objectives. And so the idea of sustainable development is a new kind of economic growth in which there is continued economic progress, continued economic development, and certainly for the developing countries to have the space and the freedom to narrow the gap and catch up with the high-income countries. But for all countries to achieve economic development in a way that is socially inclusive, that is, that narrows income inequalities and wealth inequalities in society, that promotes gender equality, and that promotes fairness and the end of discrimination against minorities of all kinds, and does so in a manner that is environmentally sustainable. It's a big objective because, after all, achieving economic growth has been very hard for many places. Achieving economic growth that is socially inclusive has been even harder, and almost no country has achieved economic growth that is socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. It's almost without exception that countries around the world have energy systems and therefore industrial systems that are still not compatible with the stabilization of the climate and with the stabilization of other environmental objectives. This year, though sustainable development is not a new concept, it's a concept that has been with us since the Rio Earth Summit in 1992 and really has been on the global agenda at least since 1987, since the Brundtland Commission. This year is perhaps our most intensive, organized, high-profile attempt to put sustainable development at the center of global cooperation. Because while we thought 23 years ago that that had been accomplished in Rio at the Earth Summit, we look back and we see how far we fell short of putting sustainable development truly in the thinking and in the planning and in the processes and in the ethics of global development. The world has become richer but less sustainable during the period since Rio. And the whole reason why we have sustainable development goals proposed is that we are far off track. There is one piece of important good news. Not everything is bleak by any means. and especially in Asia, where this truth has been most important and most relevant, we should take note, champion it, and build upon it. And that is the significant reduction of extreme poverty in the past generation. This was the focus of the preceding goals, which finished this September, the Millennium Development Goals, which were adopted in September 2000 at the United Nations, and were really an experiment to try to give more attention to shared global objectives. And in particular, in September 2000, the member states of the United Nations adopted the goal of fighting extreme poverty in all its forms: income poverty, hunger poverty, lack of access to education, gender inequality, discrimination against girls and women, and a heavy disease burden among the poorest people in the world. So the SDGs were adopted 15 years ago, and we can now celebrate that some significant progress has been made. Of course, the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, were not by any means the whole story, and for many places not even the main story of that progress. But the MDGs certainly helped to focus attention and improve policy making. What we know is that the measured rate of income poverty, as calculated by the World Bank, fell from 43% of the population of developing countries in 1990 to 21% of the population of developing countries in 2010. And while we don't have good up-to-date data, the trend suggests that we're somewhere around 15% by now, by 2015. Of course, China made the most spectacular progress, with extreme poverty falling from 60%, hard to imagine, hard to believe, back in 1990, to probably about 6% today. And I should note that even in sub-Saharan Africa, which is the poorest region of the world, poverty rates have come down significantly. From the year 2000, when the MDGs were adopted, till today, poverty has probably declined in sub-Saharan Africa from around 58%, according to the World Bank's measurement, to, I would guess, somewhere around 40 to 45% today. A significant decline. Not enough, but still a very, very significant decline. That's the good news. The not so good news is that while economic growth has been robust, at least up until yesterday's stock market fall in China, which we trust is only a one-day scare, not a beginning of something much worse. While economic growth has been robust, the growth has not, on the whole, been sustainable, according to the 3 pillars of sustainable development. First, all over the world, including in China, which has been the most successful rapid growth economy of the past generation, income inequality has widened. In many ways, social inclusion or social exclusion has gotten worse for some major groups. Many young people face joblessness, or at least the lack of ability to secure decent jobs. Extreme poverty continues in much of Asia and Africa. And, of course, the environmental sustainability is much further from being achieved than it was a generation ago. For many years, as I visited the world on behalf of the United Nations, I have seen unrest on the streets with my own eyes, especially unemployed young people, especially young people protesting high and rising inequality. There's a lot of tension in the world. There is not a sense of complacency or high accomplishment. There's a sense of unease and of dislocation. And we would be very profoundly mistaken to not understand how widespread these feelings are. And of course, there is a growing recognition, too slow, but now felt all over the world, that the environmental consequences of our growth and the failure to align economic development with environmental realities has become a worldwide dire crisis. The framing that I particularly like is the planetary boundaries notion that was first put forward by a group of ecologists back in 2009 and has been recently updated. And the idea of the planetary boundaries is the identification scientifically of thresholds in the Earth's systems, ecosystems, and physical systems that we are now threatening through the scale of human activity, and especially the global economic activity in the world. And in this famous picture of the planetary boundaries from 2009, at the very top of the curve, at 12 noon, is climate change. Certainly the most significant single human impact on the environment, because as we change the climate, we change every other aspect of the ecosystems and the physical processes of the Earth, the ocean, heat transport, the atmospheric patterns, the ability of species to survive in a rapidly changing and disrupted climate. As you go around the circle, other boundaries such as ocean acidification, of course, completely linked to the high use of fossil fuels, the rising concentration of carbon dioxide, and therefore the acidification of the oceans as the carbon dioxide is dissolved in the sea, is alarming. Alarming for a country like Japan, which lives on seafood and shellfish. Alarming for the whole world, where marine ecosystems are tremendously threatened by this ocean acidity. As one goes around this circle, at 4 and 5 o'clock are the nitrogen and phosphorus fluxes or loadings in the environment coming from the massive use of fertilizer that is necessary to feed the 7.3 billion people on the planet. We don't feed billions of people very well, indeed. But this fertilizer use is having a major disruption on the ecosystems, especially the nitrogen and phosphorus loadings, leading to mass eutrophication and hypoxic zones in major rivers and estuaries around the world. There is fresh water depletion, massive change of land use, and what scientists call the sixth great extinction process of the planet, the loss of biodiversity, with millions of species threatened through land use change, pollution, climate change, diversion of water resources, invasive species, and many other human impacts on the environment. And we are so thankful for Naoko Ishii, who is here, Japan's contribution to the world biodiversity conservation as head of the Global Environment Facility, and who will be speaking here momentarily, whose agency, the Global Environment Facility, needs and merits all our support to be in the forefront of this fight to preserve biodiversity. And yet the world has not appreciated yet how dire this threat is. The news is not good on the environmental front. I would say that every month brings new alarming data. Every week, a scientist at the Earth Institute, where I'm privileged to be director, comes up to me and says, Jeff, it's worse than we thought. There's a new finding, a new study. Things are accelerating beyond our expectation. And June of this year was just declared the warmest June in the 136 years of instrument record on the planet since 1879. And May was the warmest year on instrument record, and April was the warmest month on instrument record for April. We're going to have the warmest year in history this year in 2015. And what some had claimed to be a, quote, hiatus or a pause in warming turns out to have been a statistical aberration. The warming is continuing just as the climate science predicted. It's continuing rapidly. It is pushing the Earth into conditions that we have never experienced as a species before. One could look at hundreds of dislocations and disruptions around the world. I was just with Governor Brown of California a couple of days ago. He was describing the intense drought that the state of California is now experiencing. And here you see a water reservoir completely dried up. California is in the midst of one of its most extreme droughts in modern history. That is a very advanced economy, and yet it is reeling under the environmental stresses. And this is happening all over the world. My climate science guru and colleague, Dr. James Hansen, who for 30 years was the US government's chief climate scientist until he retired this past year and took a professorship at Columbia University, just this past week published another alarming study. When Professor Hansen is your colleague, you are always up to date, but you are always terrified because he never brings good news. He only brings more and more alarming news. So this week's study shows why we are now in a pattern on a current trajectory to have a several meter rise of sea levels, and shows that the last time we were in the range of the temperatures that we are now fast approaching, the so-called Eemian period, which was 130,000 years ago, the sea level was 6 meters higher than today. And what Professor Hansen explains in his new paper this week is how the ice shelf of West Antarctica is being destroyed by warming from below. And it will break off, and it will lead to a faster disruption of the West Antarctica ice sheet than has been expected, meaning that the time scale for the several meter rise of sea levels is not hundreds and hundreds of years, but could be a matter of decades and could well be in the course of this century. And there's plenty of corroborating evidence for that. And what NASA has done is to show the implications of this. And the red areas are the areas that would be lost to a 6 meter rise of sea level. And I apologize to my colleagues here from Bangladesh sitting here. Your whole country is underwater in this picture. We can't even imagine the scale of disruption. Japan, my own city, New York City, the world's major cities around the world. What we are not taking heed by our failure to take seriously the climate disruptions that we have underway. We will adopt the Sustainable Development Goals in September. There are 17 of them. I can verify that if you practice for an hour or two, you can remember them. I thought it was impossible, but if you stand in front of a mirror, you can get all 17 of them in a pretty short period of time. I encourage everybody to remember them so that when your mother, your child, your cousin asks you, what is SDG 13, you'll be able to tell them immediately that's to stop climate change. And when they say, well, what is SDG 11, you'll be able to say that is for urban sustainability. How about SDG 7? That is for renewable, sustainable energy. SDG 3 for universal health coverage. These are worthy goals. They are goals within reach, as we'll discuss in our panel in just a few minutes. And they will soon become the world's goals. I want to point out in the couple of minutes remaining, and I do understand I have a couple minutes left because we missed one speaker, so I will go on just for a couple of minutes and take the prerogative if you'll let me. I was closely calculating. I want to explain one aspect of the SDGs, SDG 13. The trajectory for the world's emissions is given by the top line here, the business as usual path of the IPCC reference pathways, RCP 8.5 so-called. It puts us on a disastrous course of warming. The trajectory that we need over the course of the century to have a likely chance of keeping below 2 degrees Celsius, which may not even be enough to stabilize the ocean level, is the bottom blue path. We have to decarbonize the world's energy system, decarbonize by around 2070. That means zero net emissions of CO2 from the world's energy system by around 2070. We're emitting around 5 tons per capita now. We have to get to net zero by around 2070. That's a hard challenge. That means we need very deep decarbonization. This can be accomplished through the combination of energy efficiency, zero carbon electricity, and electrification of the transport fleet and of our buildings. Japan faces major challenges because Japan's emissions per capita right now are about 9 tons of CO2 per capita. We have to get down to zero by around 2070. Japan has major choices of how to do that. Will it continue to use nuclear energy, for example? How will the transport fleet work? The good news for Japan is that it has some of the world's leading companies and scientists that can do this. If anybody can produce zero-emission vehicles, I'd guess that Toyota would be right at the front. And so the question of how to do this is extremely important and pertinent for Japan and for all of Asia. The SDSN has been promoting a deep decarbonization pathways project, and IGES has been part of that because we have the wonderful participation of Dr. Mikiko Kainuma, who is part of the Deep Decarbonization Pathways Project, the global project. So the idea is that we need to engage engineers and scientists, economists, energy specialists, major companies around the world to find the pathways to deep decarbonization rapidly. Now, this map shows who produces the innovations in the world. And I do want to stress that we have 3 major innovative regions, in a way competing and in a way cooperating with each other. Of course, we'd like to see more such regions. But the East Asian region where we are now, Western Europe, and the United States are the 3 major patenting regions. We depend on these regions to help lead the new technologies for sustainable development. And what's interesting for me is that this region, and I'm going to count Northeast Asia, China, Japan, and Korea, has become the largest economic zone of the whole world and the largest patenting zone of the whole world. And so if China, Korea, and Japan can cooperate together peacefully and economically, this is the powerhouse for a great part of the innovation that we're going to need in this century to solve the problems of sustainable development. So finally, let me introduce briefly the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. This is an initiative launched by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon back in 2012 when the world adopted the concept of the Sustainable Development Goals. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon greatly honored me by asking me to help establish this network as a network of the world's universities, think tanks, and research laboratories in partnership with business, government, and civil society to help promote problem solving, new solutions, knowledge-led sustainable development around the world. This is a almost up-to-date map. There are so many new members joining and new chapters being organized, but this gives an idea of the reach of this new Sustainable Development Solutions Network. I was recently in Germany to help launch the German SDSN, in Chile to launch the Chile SDSN, in Ecuador to launch the Andean region SDSN. I'm thrilled that in Yokohama today we will launch the SDSN for Japan, and next Monday in Manila, the SDSN for the Philippines. This is a global cooperative effort to promote knowledge-based sustainable development. We will also be launching an urban alliance for the SDGs under the partnership of SDSN and other institutions at the UN headquarters on September 24th, the day before the Sustainable Development Goals are adopted. So we're encouraging cities to sign up. This past week at the Vatican, Pope Francis invited about 80 mayors from around the world to come to the Vatican to commit to sustainable development. And we had a wonderful meeting, and at the end of the meeting, agreed to launch an urban alliance for the Sustainable Development Goals. So today we will launch the Japan SDSN chapter. I want to mention some of the things quickly that I hope we work on. Deep decarbonization for Japan and the Asia region. High technology solutions for energy efficiency and low carbon energy, and Japan has great expertise in these areas. The use of robotics and information technology to promote sustainable development. New urban design strategies for Asia's mega cities so that they are efficient, they are healthful, they are good places to live, and they are environmentally sustainable. Advanced nanotechnologies and biotechnologies, green chemistry, again, where Japan has great expertise and excellence, and also the challenges of aging and well-being. Japan is aging first in the world. It's pioneering this. This is good news. Every year I like aging more, I have to say. You know, it's a good concept. And Japan has the longest life expectancy in the world. This is a tribute to this society in many, many ways. Its peacefulness, its high level of organization, its technological sophistication, its high equality in society, its wonderful cuisine, and its wonderful health practices as well, and healthcare system. So Japan has a life expectancy that exceeds all other parts of the world. But it also means that Japan is aging, and it's going to pioneer how aging societies can thrive and flourish as well. And this is also part of sustainable development, and I think another way that our new network launched today can make a major contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachs. So with this, we conclude keynote speech. The next session is plenary meeting 1, entitled Achieving a Better World for All by 2030, Prospects and Perspectives on the Post-2015 Development Agenda. So I appreciate your patience until we arrange the stage for the next session. Thank you.
お待たせいたしました。それでは全体会合。
So we are now starting plenary 1, Achieving a Better World for All by 2030, Prospects and Perspectives on the Post-2015 Development Agenda. The moderator of this session is Dr. Hideyuki Mori. He is president of IGES.
Thank you for your participation in this first plenary session. And in this September, the world leaders will gather in New York to agree on a new post-2015 development agenda, incorporating the Sustainable Development Goals, as Professor Sachs has mentioned already. This session introduces the new agenda, explains the importance of this new agenda for all countries, including Japan, and discusses how countries can practically implement it. The session also introduces messages from ISAP's new flagship report, this one, titled Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals from Agenda to Action. Then the panelists here will reflect on the implications of SDGs, focusing upon how to implement the new global goals across Asia and in the world. Now, let me introduce the panelists of this session. Firstly, Professor Sachs, who has just completed his keynote speech, kindly join this session. Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. And then we have 4 panelists. The first one is Dr. Naoko Ishii. She is CEO and chairperson of Global Environment Facility, GEF, and also she is an international advisor for Sustainable Development Solutions Network of Japan. Then next one is Dr. Abdul Hamid Zakri. He is the science advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia, and also the chair of International Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, in short, IPBES. So, Dr. Zakri, thank you very much for your participation. And then the next panelist is Ms. Masayo Hasegawa. She is the project general manager, Environment Affairs Division of Toyota Motor Corporation. And she is also an engagement committee member of the Future Earth. Hasegawa-san, thank you very much for your participation. And the last panelist is Dr. Eric Zassman. He is the area leader of Integrated Policies for Sustainable Societies area of IGES. So thank you very much, Eric, for your participation. And now, the first, we'd like to ask Dr. Zassman, Eric, to make presentation about new publication, which I have just mentioned. Perhaps some of you have executive summary of this publication. So, Eric, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mori-san, and thank you very much, esteemed panelists and audience. So today I'm going to give a presentation on our recently published book entitled Achieving the SDGs, From Agenda to Action. And this book was published, actually we received it late last night, and you can pick up a copy of it outside the halls here. And we have both English and for the executive summary, we also have a Japanese version. This was done with cooperation of our SDGs flagship team. That includes my colleagues Magnus Bengston, Simon Olsen, Tetsuro Yoshida, who is in New York, unfortunately, right now, and Ikoho Miyazawa, who is not only helping us on this project, but helping coordinate ISAP more generally. Okay, the starting point for my discussion is really sort of the starting point for this book. And it's this idea of sustainability crises. And this was raised also in Dr. Sachs' presentation. And we can see these crises becoming more and more apparent. I mean, we saw the picture of what's happening outside of Los Angeles right now. And this is my own personal take on one of the important manifestations of these crises. This is a picture of the Yellow River. Many of you who have lived in Asia or worked in China are familiar with the Yellow River. It's the motherland of, or the mother of Chinese civilization. As you can see right here, the Yellow River in many parts is dried up. When I first began to do research on environmental issues in 1997, my colleagues took me to the banks of the Yellow River, and I was absolutely astonished to see pictures like this. And this left a very deep impression on me, and it started me to think a little bit about why do we have these types of situations? Why do we have these conditions? And what I began to realize is that my experience with the Yellow River is something that people have been thinking about for quite a while, actually. This picture is from 1972, also incidentally the same year that I was born. Yeah, a little bit gray on the sides. And this picture is a handshake between Indira Gandhi and Maurice Strong. Indira Gandhi was the then Prime Minister of India, and Maurice Strong was the first executive director of UNEP, and he also was the chairman of this big meeting held in Stockholm, Sweden in 1972, known as the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. The meeting was important for two reasons. Once, as I mentioned previously, it was the first major environmental meeting, but during that meeting, we really began to think about, and this was exemplified in the Stockholm Declaration, we began to think about how one country's environmental problems become other countries' environmental problems, so the linkage across countries. And we also began to think a little bit, and Indira Gandhi underlined this in her talk at the meeting, at the linkage between poverty and the environment as well. This linkage would become a lot clearer over the next few decades, and it was featured prominently, for instance, at the Rio meetings in 1992. Now, what we've also seen since the 1970s is a growing amount of attention to how do we remedy these problems, both environmental problems and increasingly linked with economic and social problems. And so we've seen, as you can see right here in my slide, on the top, if you're the audience, the top right-hand corner, a growing amount of multilateral environmental agreements. These actually peaked in the 1990s and come down a little bit as there's been an attempt to sort of streamline and reduce some of the congestion in terms of these agreements. We've also seen a growing amount of environmental laws. So the bottom right-hand side, these are environmental laws from the United States. And then last but not least, the bottom left-hand corner, we've seen a lot of action at the local level. This is depicting cities in Europe that have climate change plans. And this was done on a review of over 200 cities, and about 60% of them already have climate change plans. So what I would suggest to you, and this is sort of one of the main arguments of our book, is that in terms of actual treaties, in terms of legislation, in terms of action plans, perhaps we have already accumulated a significant amount of paper and a significant amount of words, but the action has not been nearly as impressive. And so what we have instead, and it's depicted by this image right here, is what I would call implementation gaps. When I first took over the position that I'm working on right now, my colleague Robert Didham introduced me to this idea of persistent implementation gaps. And I would suggest that this is a really appropriate characterization of what we see and experience when we begin to look at how policies, how treaties, and how action plans are implemented. Now, what we see happening now and what we're looking at in the next 2 months or so, and then for the 15 years beyond that, is how can the Sustainable Development Goals come into this picture and help us close these implementation gaps. And what we'll talk about a lot when we focus on the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals is a new acronym. This acronym is MOI, or Means of Implementation. It just replaced, previously when I would call up my parents, I would tell them I'm doing work on co-benefits. And it took them 5 or 6 years to figure out what co-benefits was all about. Now I tell them I'm doing work on means of implementation. I hope that it resonates with them more quickly than the 5 or 6 years, okay? And when we talk about means of implementation, a lot of emphasis is placed on finance, technology. Some people focus on systemic issues such as trade. And the main argument of our book is if we want to try to close these persistent implementation gaps, that the elements of this means of implementation that we need to pay more attention to involve governance, okay? Now, governance is a big word, and it's getting also a lot more attention. So this picture right here shows sort of typical image of how we envision the holistic version of sustainable development, your social, environment, and economic pillars. And underpinning that is sort of your fourth element. Your foundation is governance. And so, for instance, if you look at, Dr. Sachs published a really nicely written article in 2012, I believe, comparing the MDGs to the SDGs, and he makes the very salient point that when we think about the sort of the key elements of sustainable development, those three pillars that we often focus on are critical, but just as critical as governance is sort of the fourth key element. Now, the question then is, how do we see governance affecting implementation? And this is a question that we tried to answer in our book. And the way we tried to go about answering this question is we took sort of two perspectives. One perspective, as you can see in sort of the blue chapters, this is a table of contents of the book. The blue chapters is focusing on sort of broad-based development areas, cross-cutting areas. For instance, the Millennium Development Goals, big sustainable development processes, and then financing has sort of an important MOI, but also an MOI that's related to governance. So this is sort of big, broad, cross-cutting chapters. And then the second half focuses on sector-specific areas: education, water, biodiversity, and then energy. And this is sandwiched or bookended by an introductory chapter on governance for the SDGs, and then a concluding chapter on integrated and inclusive governance. So let me start and just give you a few of the key messages and key highlights from the book. So what we tried to do in the very first chapter is take this idea of governance and unpack it a little bit, break it up into some digestible parts so that if I'm a policymaker, I can think about what elements of governance I would like to try to improve so as to help me implement some of the objectives or targets that are under the SDGs. And what we did is we noticed in the literature on governance, there's sort of three main perspectives, although they're not always speaking to each other. In fact, they have a lot in common, but they do have some differences. So one perspective, as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, focuses a lot on the key factors or key attributes of national governments. This is nicely represented by the World Bank has its own set of governance indicators. Some other organizations, UNDP, UNEP might add a few to this list, but it's nicely represented by this package of 6 right here. So regulatory quality, quality of regulations, especially to the extent that they support free markets, controls on corruption, government effectiveness, how effective governments are in trying to implement their policies and how credible they are in terms of putting their commitments into practice, rule of law. This focuses a lot on courts and police systems, but also protection of property rights and enforcement of contracts, and then voice and accountability. This is the open showing of ideas, press freedom, and then political stability, and that's sort of self-explanatory. So those 6 packages of attributes are important for national governments when they try to implement things. Now the second view sort of goes up a level, if you will, and it begins to focus rather than on national governments than on international institutions. And rather than focusing on just how things can be implemented more effectively, it focuses a lot more on how different parties can comply with the key provisions in those international institutions. And the compliance then leads to effectiveness. And the 3 things that they say are important for compliance are building concern within the countries that are trying to implement different agreements, building capacities to help implement, and many of these capacities would fall under sort of the national government attributes I already mentioned, and then strengthening this overall contracting environment, especially the ability to monitor and track progress in an agreement. Last but not least, and this is sort of the most recent turn in this literature, is to focus not on just international institutions or national governments, but to focus on multiple stakeholders. And what you can see right here is at the international level, we have civil society organizations, international organizations, and international business. National level, same thing, and local level. And this type of thought, or this type of approach to governance and the wielding of authority, focuses not so much on compliance and effectiveness, which is a little bit more top-down, not so much on implementation of existing policies, which is sort of more in the national government sphere, but it focuses more on collaboration across different stakeholders and how that collaboration can lead to innovative ideas, innovative approaches, both in terms of technology, but also in terms of behavioral change. And not only this collaboration leads to innovation, but potentially could also be scaled up, leading to wider spread change. So these 3 different views sort of color the analysis that go throughout the book. And we use these 3 views in the rest of the chapters. So chapter 2, we focus on governance for the Millennium Development Goals, and we use that first view right there. And what we do is a very large statistical analysis to try to understand, in terms of progress on the MDGs, which of these governance elements made the most impact. And we find that government effectiveness and also rule of law actually had the biggest impact across a large range of countries. Now this might have some implications for countries, but it also has real serious implications for development banks and lending organizations that want to try to help build more effective governments, rule of law. These are sort of the essential elements that you would need to make progress on essential development priorities like the MDGs. From there, then we start to think a little bit about moving outside of just sort of these essential development priorities, but moving into a development agenda that's going to be more universal, more transformational, and also more integrated across different goals. And this type of approach is getting a little bit closer to where the SDGs are going, and to try to understand how governance has been dealt with in previous sustainable development processes. We looked at some key documents, 9 key documents, and then we tried to figure out to what extent they put emphasis on compliance, which is more in line with that second view I gave you, compliance with international agreements, or collaboration across different stakeholders. And what we find is across these different international documents that there's both increased reference to compliance and increased reference to collaboration. And what we highlight at the very end of this discussion is that much of this literature on compliance and collaboration is turning to raise the point that you need good complementarities between compliance and collaboration. You need both effectiveness and innovation to make progress on something that is multifaceted, like the SDGs. Okay, I have 1 minute left, so I'm going to try to sum it up quickly. Chapter 4, we talk a lot about financing, and we underline some of the key elements of financing and governance for financing, concrete and clear commitments, strong monitoring processes, and also high-level follow-up processes from high-level policymakers. And then we move into the chapters on the key sectors. We focus on the education sector and underline some of the key elements of an education goal that should move into the Sustainable Development Goals, focusing a lot on quality of education, and then also some of the key governance elements that are needed to implement a quality of education goal. In Chapter 6, we start to talk a little about the water sector, and we start to focus on how different countries might want to interpret the goals as they bring them down to the national level. We show that LDCs should focus more on improved access, developing and industrializing countries should focus more on improved efficiencies, and developed countries should focus more on systems transformation. And then we underline the different governance elements that go along with these different priorities. Chapter 7 focuses on biodiversity and linkages with existing legal instruments like the Convention on Biological Diversity and its Aichi targets. And we highlight the importance of making synergies between the Sustainable Development Goals and these existing targets. And in those synergies, we highlight the importance of consistent targets, consistent engagement mechanisms, and consistent report and review mechanisms. And then Chapter 8 brings us a little bit all the way back around to the energy goal. And we talk about energy in terms of differentiating the priorities of different countries between access, efficiency, and eventually sufficiency or consumption, but also the interlinkages between many of the different goals that are related to energy. So energy is related to water, climate change, and food. And what we highlight here is that the energy goal, in many ways, is a means of implementation for many of the other goals. The last part of the book just raises some areas for future research. And we highlight, especially as countries begin to get ready for implementing the SDGs, they're going to need better tools and better data to find synergies across different goals. For instance, the energy goal and the climate change goal, to identify co-benefits between those goals. And we also highlight the importance of inclusion. But we note that when we think about inclusion, we still need to think a lot more about who needs to be included and what might be some of the trade-offs between including many parties and efficient decision-making, and not including so many parties and speedier decision-making. And we point to the importance of CSOs, of civil society organizations, in playing a key role in trying to balance that tension. So that is all I have for today. Once again, you can you can get the book for free outside of the hallway here. And you'll be able to download it on the IGES website as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric, for your very nice and concise presentation. And I have one clarification with him. That is this. The major message of this publication is the importance of governance in implementing SDGs. But the governance challenges may be different from country to country. For example, in this Chapter 8, talking about energy, the priorities for developing countries is to improve access to energy. But for emerging countries, maybe improve efficiency. But for developed countries, the priority could be transformation of energy sector. The challenges are different. Therefore, governance questions naturally be different. So could you elaborate these governance challenges according to the different categories of countries?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mori-san, and that's an excellent question. What I didn't say during the presentation, but one of the underlying messages, I think, from the book is in terms of moving from access to efficiency to sufficiency, so from maybe an LDC context where access is crucial to a developing country context where efficiency becomes more important, and to a developed country situation where sufficiency and reducing perhaps consumption levels becomes more important. Those three sort of views on governance that I provided give us some indication of how countries might want to approach governance for those three different areas. So in terms of access, we think it's incredibly important that countries start off with a sound foundation of rule of law and effective government agencies. There's a scholar from Harvard named Marilee Grindley, and one of her points is that sometimes the international development community promotes governance, but the agenda is too big and too difficult for especially LDCs to take on board. So what we highlight is that this rule of law and government efficiency are sort of key starting points. Then as we move to efficiency, we can begin to think a little bit more about not only sort of the compliance elements and how this concern and the contracting environment and capacities can be built and strengthened between international institutions and national governments, but also some of the collaboration elements between multiple stakeholders. And that can help to find new innovative approaches and also to realize efficiencies. Now, the last category, developed countries, I think all of these things are important for developed and developing countries as well. So you begin to cumulatively move from rule of law, government effectiveness, to compliance and collaboration. But for developed countries in particular, it's not only important to make sure that governance is good for their own country, but also to contribute to especially LDCs to help strengthen the governance agenda in LDCs. So to help give back some global public goods and help promote governance elsewhere. So I think if we think about it in the sort of those three phases, in terms of access to efficiency to sufficiency, and then think of it in terms of the three models that I held up at the beginning, I think that gives us some pathway to think about these relationships.
Thank you very much, Eric, for a very clear answer to this. Now we are going to ask other panelists to make a very short initial speech, keeping in mind that in this speech you are expected to express your views about overall observation of SDGs and how your organizations are going to be associated with it and their new role. Then with this, I'd like to ask Dr. Ishii for your speech.
Very good morning to everyone. And I really would like to thank the organizer for having me at this milestone conference. I need to address those three questions Mori-san asked in my 5 minutes, so I need to be super efficient. So my first point is how I see that the SDG as a mechanism. Actually, that we are all in together in this year of 2015, which is a pivotal or defining year. We just finished the financing for development. In September, we have SDG, but in December, we do have a COP21. In my view, all those three processes are trying to address fundamentally the same question, maybe the biggest question that humanity is facing, that is to find a way to continue to develop our economy without compromising the opportunity for the future, or how to continue to pursue the prosperity within this planetary boundaries. One distinctive feature of the SDG in my mind is there is a recognition that we need to stay within this safe operating space, which Johan Rockström introduced. Finding this pathway to a sustainable development or a transition to low-carbon resilient development actually requires a transformation, comprehensive transformation of our key economic systems, such as energy system, or how to organize our cities, and also how to do this food production or land use system. And of course, we need to keep in mind the social inclusiveness and longer-term environmental sustainability. So this really requires us a massive, very heroic and comprehensive exercise of the whole transformation. And in my view, SDG of those 17 goals and 169 indicators are trying to guide this massive transformation. My second point is that how my institution, GEF, is trying to implement this SDG. In fact, the GEF, as you may know, that was created in 1991 in the eve of First Rio Summit, where this basic concept of three pillars, economic development and social inclusiveness and environmental sustainability, all together interwovenly support the sustainable development. So the concept is there. The issue has been the implementation. In fact, in 1992, in 2012, a science magazine, Nature, in its article, actually rated three Rio conventions, climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation, all F, failure mark, because those and the world is not really meeting its core objective, which also means that GF, which is created to serve those three conventions, actually got an F mark. So why we are failing to achieve this mission? It's partly because it's a lack of resources. It's always the issue. But it's not only the resource issue, it's more like a governance issue in my view. Actually, Eric gave us a beautiful presentation about the governance. In my view, that despite the fact that the ecological system or Earth system really doesn't respect the man-made border, that what we do have in terms of the provision of global public goods is actually facing or constrained by a lot of man-made silos. The treaties themselves are man-made silos. The nations are also becoming silos. And within the government, a lot of ministries are becoming silos. So there are a lot of man-made silos. So in order to achieve or implement SDGs, one of the challenges how to break out those man-made silos. So this leads to my third point, and that is how that we plan going forward. We plan to contribute the implementation of the SDG. There are a lot of global environmental challenges which will require a new way of doing business or multi-stakeholder, a platform approach, under which we unite various key actors, not only central government, but national government, business sector, research community, CSO, the citizens, and institutions like us. And I just would like to maybe give you two examples that which GF has launched very recently, which are also related to Asia. That one is sustainable cities. As you know, that the cities are the place that the economic activities are concentrating, so does GHG emissions. So how to organize cities, the huge importance to how to do this SDG. And we would like to do more directly the business with cities, so we create this sustainable city development framework with which we want to directly business with mayors or city designers to help them design integrated city design, which has focusing on the connected, compact, coordinated cities with an environmental sustainability in its heart. We are very well aware that there are a lot of city associations which have been absolutely active. So our contribution in this regard is how to help mayors to do this integrated approach with environmental sustainability. I just came back from an inauguration ceremony of new BRICS Bank, which took place in Shanghai last week. There is a lot of discussion about the infrastructure. Yes, 70% of the city infrastructure are yet to be built. So there is a huge chance to do it right, but also do it wrong. So that my point there was that how to do this sustainability, sustainable infrastructure, focusing on the environmental, long-term environmental sustainability. Now my last example that how the GF actually has initiated this multi-stakeholder approach. This is actually the greening supply chain of global commodities in Indonesia, Malaysia, that in those countries actually have a lot of palm oil, oil palm field, which is causing a lot of deforestation of the rainforest, which has a huge damage on the consequences of a global environment. But in order to arrest this deforestation of the rainforest, we need to bring all key stakeholders along the supply chain together so that we participate in this multi-stakeholder platform, like a consumer goods forum, responsible supply producers network, then CSOs on the ground, then how to help, say, smallholders to make a transition to sustainable farming. I clearly see the weakest link of this supply chain, so that then I see our contribution would be to how to help the transition of the smallholders, as well as how to educate the huge consumer market, not European or American, but India and China. So here is a kind of contribution with a small institution like GF to see that to strengthen the multi-stakeholder platform already kind of existing. In my final words, while launching this multi-stakeholder platform, I was very much helped by SDSN, because SDSN that Jeff has established is a network institution which unites the quite a various the thought leaders. And I have been very much inspired by just joining there, listening where the challenges are, where the multi-stake platform approach would be most useful. So I really hope that SDS in Japan can contribute for us to aspire that our mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ishii, for your very nice speech and mentioning a kind of new approach of GEF to deal with cities, program in cities and infrastructure, and multi-stakeholder platform. May I ask one question to you? GEF has been supporting developing countries to deal with global environmental issues like climate change, biodiversity, and others. Now in SDGs, we see a few other environmental issues included, like solid waste management. How could you deal with these new kind of environmental issues to be included in SDGs, keeping the mind that the mandate of GEF remains to be global environmental issues?
Thank you so much for this great question. In fact, to draw the line between local environmental issue and the global environmental issue is always very, very challenging, because they are interlinked and they are kind of coming from the same source. In fact, Johan Rockström's this planetary boundary updated version in 2015 actually give us a great answer to it, because he has successfully updated by identifying how local system and global system are interlinked, and also how those 9 systems are kind of interlinked with each other. So for us, the important point is to identify the entry point where the institution like GF, which has a global environment as a core mission, to find, that where we could be most useful. But in order for us to be effective, it's also important that with whom, with which institution, with which actor, we can work together. By doing that, we can really make a huge and systemic impact on this global and local environmental issue.
Thank you very much. Now let me request Dr. Zachary to make an initial speech. So Dr. Zachary, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am very honored to be here with very eminent speakers this morning. We were asked to respond to 3 questions. The first one is, how do we see SDGs in promoting global sustainability. I think this year, 2015, is a watershed year for sustainable development. Besides having the summit in September and also the climate change summit in December, it has to be now. Ladies and gentlemen, why do I say that? Because the notion about sustainable development is not new. As we heard from Eric, it was already introduced when he was born, and that's quite a long way back, isn't it? 1972?
Not so long ago.
Not so long ago. But you know, the global community has been addressing this problem at the Earth Summit in 1992, at the World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002, and we have just gone through the Millennium Development Goals era, and now we are on the brink of the SDGs. But as we have heard from Professor Sachs and also the IGES report this morning, things are not really changing in the way that we wanted. So it's quite disturbing. And I'm not talking to the group here. This is a captive audience who's very sensitive about the issues. I think we have some public relation problem here. It's not the crowd here. You guys know the issues. It's how do you get your message across to the public? The problems about sustainable development is not being attracting the kind of reaction that we wanted from the public. So I think one of the problems for that is the need to link these issues with what our political masters has been telling us all along. And in fact, the GFCU mentioned that very well. It has to be linked to economic development. It has to be linked to poverty alleviation. I can say this from personal experience because I link with politicians on a daily basis, including the Prime Minister. When I explain to him about sustainable development, he'll be very supportive, very sympathetic. But he smiled just like what Jeff is doing now, smiling. And he would tell me, can you create the jobs for the people, you know? Can you create extra income? So this is the challenge, making our message across. Then the next question is, how have your organization worked on implementing SD agenda? I'm privileged to have 3 roles now. One of that is the founding chair of a new intergovernmental platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services. This is a copy of the highly successful IPCC. Of course, IPBS is for biodiversity and ecosystem services. And here we are trying to promote sustainable development goals through trying to arrest biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. We are doing that, mobilizing the scientific community, where we are trying to package the scientific message to the political masters. So in a sense, this is one other area that we need to think. The interface, the dialogue between the expert and the policymakers or the public. The second role I played is one of the 26 members of Ban Ki-moon's Scientific Advisory Board. This is again filling into the SDGs. What we are trying to do here is to highlight the role of science, technology, and innovation as an engine for economic development. So one of the slides that Professor Sachs mentioned just now is exactly that. There are lots of things that STI could contribute towards economic development. And the final role I have is as science advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia. In short, this is trying to position how STI can also create prosperity to the country. It's a very slippery slope in a sense. Ms. Ishii just now mentioned about the oil palm, which has been getting a lot of bad press. But if you ask Jeff, you would know that the oil palm plantation in Malaysia in particular, and also in Indonesia, these are vehicles for poverty alleviation. In fact, when we gain independence, the poverty rate is around 70%, and currently it's about 0.6%. So one of those manifestations is the oil palm plantation. But the problem is, how do you practice sustainable development? How do you take care of the orangutans in the jungle, the flora and fauna? This is the challenge. So one of the challenges of SDG, ladies and gentlemen, is a balance between development and environmental protection. And the last one, what are possible roles that we can play in the region? I am so encouraged again by your lecture, Jeff, when you mentioned that some of the big players in the region here, namely China, Japan, and Korea, are in the forefront of leading the cause for green growth. I think it augurs well, but the smaller countries like mine would definitely be following the lead, and we would be supporting such kind of endeavor. In fact, before I finish, one of the things that has been anchored by IGES is the low carbon network, which is getting a lot of traction among academia, industry, government officials in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And already in your speech, you have mentioned a very sensitive issue of oil palm plantation, poverty alleviation, and the environment challenges in Malaysia and Indonesia. So in this regard, I'd like to ask to share with us some information about how Malaysian government is going to approach these SDG issues, including the promotion of multi-stakeholder participation.
Yes, in some sense, we in Malaysia are lucky, or we were lucky in the sense scientific advice is being taken seriously by the government of the day. One of the programs of the current Prime Minister when he came into office is to introduce the new economic model, the NEM, which has three pillars. Namely, we're aspiring to be a developed nation by 2020. That means generating high income. Secondly, inclusivity. One of the essence of SDGs when it says no one should be left behind. And thirdly, environmental sustainability. So with that new economic model, through the SDSN Malaysia chapter, which was launched by Professor Sachs, in 2013, Jeff, remember? We are working closely, not only with the Environment Ministry, but with the Economic Planning Unit. That is the powers that be in government. So with the Economic Planning Unit, essence of SDGs are creeping into national plans, like the 11 Malaysia plan, which is going to be launched next year, 2016, over the next 5 years. There are elements of SDGs. The SDSN Malaysia chapter also is working closely not only with government agencies, but also civil society and the business sector. So I'm very hopeful that we can make a difference here, but we can make a difference also with the support and collaboration with our international partners and friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now may I request Hasegawa-san to make a brief initial speech.
Thank you very much. This is my great honor to speak as a panelist at such a prestigious panel discussion. And please allow me to speak in my native tongue in Japanese. So please wear your earphone in order to listen English. Yeah. So, トヨタ自動車は
So Toyota Motors is involved, is a part of WBES or WBSCG. Before I came to Toyota, when it used to be Business Council for Sustainable Development, that was in 1992. There was Rio Summit. I participated there, and there was what's called Changing Course, BCSD's proposal. I was involved in the creation of a proposal made by BCSD. And what became apparent was that there was a difference between industrialized countries and developing countries, or the conflict between the two. That's been an issue when you talked about sustainable development. But when it came to SDGs, we need to go beyond the advanced countries and or industrialized countries and developing countries. There's a focus on inclusiveness, sustainability, and resilience. So SDGs that emphasize these elements, I have a lot of expectation or high hopes for SDGs because of the principles behind it, which is that nobody should be left behind. At the company or the organization that I belong to, and how that organization has been promoting or involved in the promotion of SDGs. To talk about that, Toyota has put together in 1992 our reward or a prize. And Toyota's global vision mentions that Toyota will have the awareness to be mindful of environment. So based on this principle, there's a 5-year environmental plan. In fiscal 2015, on a global basis, Toyota's fuel efficiency ratio needs to be raised by 25%, so that the most ecologically friendly car can be chosen by our customers. As an automobile company, it is our mission to come up with fuel-efficient cars. But in order to contribute to CO2 reduction, we need an integrated approach. So fuel efficiency and infrastructure development to improve the traffic and eco-driving to be done by the customer. So partnership is important. At the automobile associations, we have taken up this integrated approach, and we have collaboration in developing countries as well. As part of sustainable development activities, UNEP Global Award was given, and we provide support to activities that support the environment. We became aware of multi-stakeholder importance, so we have Toyota Stakeholder Dialogue, which is held every year. Now, as for my own experience of multi-stakeholder partnership, in 2012, Rio Plus 20 towards Rio Plus 20, in order to promote the dialogue among stakeholders, we got together with the stakeholders, and I participated in a preparatory meeting for Rio Plus 20. At this preparatory meeting, we shared information among stakeholders, we exchanged opinions, and planned and executed workshops for this occasion. And in order to promote the sustainable development, we created a proposal from Japan and submitted to the Secretariat of Rio Plus 20. From business community, as being part of a business community, it was such a wonderful experience to be part of this preparatory meeting. Towards the target of Rio Plus 20, we had multiple discussions to come up with a proposal. We recognized the differences, and we were able to collaborate well to have a certain result. Now, as for going forward, what roles can I play in implementing SDGs? To answer that question, WPCSD, which Toyota is part of, there's a guidebook for companies, or we have a plan to publish a guidebook based on SDGs. It is the evaluation of impact for corporations, KPI settings, and implementation guide. So Global Compact, GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, together with these organizations, we are to work on this guidebook for companies to set a commitment to the SDGs. The purpose is to present the methodologies. At Keidanren, the business community in Japan, after 2013, we have been promoting low-carbon society. So this is a third pillar, and that includes international contribution to the developing countries that are willing. We will promote the energy-efficient products, or we will strengthen international cooperation. So we are to make further contributions to reducing CO2. As part of a business community, there is a lot of role that can be played by business communities in Japan. I am part of the engagement committee, and there is the activities of Future Earth, and that can contribute to SDGs. Future Earth is just like SDGs. At 2012 Rio Plus 20, it was launched. Future Earth takes up the integrated solutions and sustainable future. With that aim in mind, the scientist communities, international agencies, and the government agencies got together and launched international programs. In order to connect the researchers, we provide funding agencies are also part of this program to provide the funding to scientists. That's one feature. Under the International Governing Council, a science committee, and the policy makers, the business committees and media, that comprise the engagement committee. And these committees and the 5 countries, Canada, France, Japan, and Sweden, and the US, the International Joint Secretariat and regional secretariats over 5 regions, are promoting the research of Future Earth. So at Future Earth, the role to be played in Japan, when I think about that, there's research and the promotion of future talent developments, especially in Asia. Economic development is taking place rapidly, but also there are environmental pollutions hotspots as well. So in Asia, the research needs to be led by Japan so that the traditional worldview of nature and values can be balanced, and also disaster reduction, innovative environmental technologies, Japanese science and technology knowledge can be utilized so that SDGs implementation can be facilitated. So this way, Future Earth and as part of business community, Keidanren, WBSTD, we are to utilize the partnership so that we can make contribution to SDGs implementation in Japan and in Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So Toyota as a corporation and Ms. Hasegawa as an individual are participating in a variety of forums to make contributions to sustainable development goals. Recently, hydrogen-based cars are being produced for the future launch at your corporation, Toyota. In relation to that, you made the technology of hydrogen-based car available. I think being in the private sector, innovation is very important, but you have decided to make the technology available to all. Why?
For giving me an opportunity to share the information about Mirai, Toyota's fuel cell vehicle, FCV, which was introduced to the market December last year. The FCV can exhibit Japan's technological strengths. FCV is a next generation technology, we think. In addition to advanced technology development capabilities, advanced material technologies and processing technologies are required. It is for this reason that FCVs can exhibit Japan's technological strengths. Hybrid vehicles, exemplified by the Prius, have had a major impact on the direct of high fuel efficiency. But FCVs will have world-changing impact, we believe. And hybrid vehicles do not require any special infrastructure, but FCVs will require major innovations, including infrastructure, before they can enter widespread use. And they will give rise to major changes in the structure of the energy demand. So we believe that spreading these technologies from Japan to other parts of the world will also be highly significant. And we need other collaborative partners to enhance this. So that's why we open our IPRs to open to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we are now coming closer to the end of this panel session. Perhaps some of you would like to ask questions to the panelists, but let me ask very important two questions to Professor Sachs. And if we have still remaining time, I'd like to open the floor for further questions, if we are lucky. So may I ask two questions to Professor Sachs? That is, these are the Economist, very famous journal, commented on SDGs recently, and they said SDGs would be unfeasibly expensive and cost up to 4% of world GDP. And therefore, question is, can you comment on this economist view that funding simply is not available to implement the SDGs? First, thank you.
I'd be happy to comment on it. The Economist is completely wrong. And moreover, I'm surprised because the editor-in-chief is a former student of mine. So basically, if we could achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which call for universal quality education, universal health coverage, climate change control, renewable energy, protecting the ecosystems, and then the Economist says this would cost 4% of our income. Can you imagine a better bargain on the planet? They call that unsustainable or unfeasible. Of course that makes no sense. This is a great bargain. What we can't afford is to be unsustainable, because then we're absolutely going to wreck the world and leave billions of people behind. So this is really a great quotation that shows how confused we are. 4% of our income is only 4% of our income. It leaves 96% for the things we're doing. And it says that for a small fraction of our income, we could achieve sustainability. Of course we should take this on. I think it might be a little bit less expensive, maybe 3%. That's the calculation I've made in the past. But even if it were 4%, I'd say it's the greatest bargain on the planet. So it raises two questions very briefly that I want to just focus on. One is the mindset. Our current global economic system runs on profit. So it encourages greed, it encourages short-sightedness, it does not encourage problem solving. That's our big problem. That's why we need to put sustainable development in our consciousness, because this is fundamentally a matter of attention, consciousness, and ethics, not of economics. If we can't understand that it's a good idea to invest 4% of our income for sustainable development, that shows that we have a profound ethical failing and consciousness failing, not a profound economic problem. The second thing is on governance. What I didn't hear enough, and I agree with everything in the report, but what I didn't hear enough is about planning. To achieve these goals, we need plans. We need government strategies aligned with companies like Toyota for plans. I was just looking at the statement by President Kennedy in May 1961 when he said, "I believe that our nation should commit itself to the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth." That was a goal, to go to the moon and back. It required a plan. NASA made a plan. The government invested heavily in the plan. Many private businesses participated in implementing the plan. It created a whole new field of space science, of satellites, of GPS, of many things that we use today. But it wasn't just saying we need good governance or we need cooperation or we need multi-stakeholder partnerships. You need a plan to get to the moon. And we need a plan to get to a zero energy, zero carbon energy system. That won't happen by itself. It won't happen even just with a carbon tax, but we don't even have that. It will require technology plans, infrastructure plans, corporate investment plans, public pricing, research and development, but we have to decide to take it seriously. And so if we're going to have a fuel cell vehicle infrastructure, we need a strategy for that. Toyota can't do that by itself. That's why it said, here's our intellectual property. We need an ecosystem of partners to help do this, because by ourselves, we won't make it. We'll just design a nice prototype car that you can come look at in a showroom, but it's not going to be driven. So this has to be a partnership. Where is MITI today? That's what MITI used to do. Now MITI doesn't quite exist now. It exists in a different form. But we do need that strategy. And I must say again one other thing. If Japan and China partnered together, believe me, there'd be no stopping this, because China is the low-cost producer. Japan is the great technology leader. It's a tremendous partnership, but somehow politics gets in the way sometimes. And therefore, we need to set the goal first and then let the partners come and plan the strategy. It would be very, very powerful to do.
Thank you very much. It almost sounds like closing remarks for this session. Thank you very much. By the way, time is up already for the session. But before we close this session, I'd like to add one message with you. That is SDGs. That's one of the two major focuses of this ISAP this year. And therefore, we are going to have a series of sessions on SDGs after this. So please do join these sessions and ask many, many questions. And with this, I'd like to conclude this session. And please give a big hand to these panelists. Thank you very much indeed. And now we move on to the launching ceremony for SDSN Japan. And with this, for this one, I'd like to invite Professor Kanye, Keio University, to lead the ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mori-san, for introducing our SDSN Japan launching ceremony. Now, let us start the launching ceremony for SDSN Japan. Yesterday, we held the in-argument meeting of the Council for SDSN Japan. And the Council decided to officially establish SDSN Japan. For your information, please refer to the flyer placed at the back of this venue, which looks like this. And Professor Sachs, we have the honor to have you for this ceremony at this meeting. I'd also like to now introduce the council members who are at this conference today. Professor Hironori Hamanaka, the council chair. Professor Suzuki from Hosei University. Mr. Arakawa from Sumitomo Corporation. Mr. Sueyoshi, Vice Chair of Executive Board, Japan Renewable Energy Foundation. And Professor Takahiro Nakaguchi from Shibaura Institute of Technology. I'd also like to introduce that Ms. Hasegawa, who is also today at today's plenary, is also one of our council members. And we have Dr. Ishii as our international advisor. And of course, we are very pleased to have Professor Zakri, who is the chair of SDSN Malaysia chapter, as our strong supporter and potential collaborator in the future. I'd also like to invite SDSN Japan Council Chair, Professor Hamanaka, to address some remarks at the beginning.
Thank you very much, Professor Kanye, for introducing myself. Professor Jeffrey Sachs. We are extremely honored to launch SDSN Japan today with your presence. And I wish to present you the prospectus, which is, yes, here. Prospectus that has been signed by the members of the council that had first inaugural meeting yesterday to create SDSN Japan. We are fully committed to contributing to sustainable development in close collaboration with a broad range of stakeholders, as well as other national and regional SDSN networks. We are very much pleased to be a part of a global SDSN network and are looking forward to working with you towards achieving our common goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamanaka. And now I'd like to invite Professor Sachs to give us some remarks for the launching ceremony of SDSN Japan.
Thank you, Chairman Hamanaka, and all of the members of the Council. This is a great pleasure and great excitement for me to have the launch of the SDSN Japan. This country is one of the absolute world leaders in innovation. It has pioneered how to make remarkably exciting, efficient, clean cities. It has so many technologies to offer for Japan and for the world. I have to tell you, if I may, that we were one of the first buyers of a Prius 20 years ago. And when my wife heard about the Prius, she read about it, she said, "We're going to get that." And so she wanted to just email the order. And I said, Sonia, you don't just order a car on the internet, you have to go look at it. So we went to the Toyota dealer in Boston, and she walked in and she said, I want a Prius. And I said, could we look at it first? And the showman said, that's the Prius. She said, we'll buy that. And I said, could we drive it first? So we took it around the block, and she said, now we'll buy it, okay? So we became one of the first buyers, and I just want to say it's still driving beautifully without one problem all this time from the first, when was the first model? 1995. So this is 20 years. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so 1990, so Kyoto Protocol, Prius. And it's 18 years and it drives perfectly. So I'm sure we'll be driving a fuel cell vehicle soon. But all of this is to say that Japan is a world leader in technology, a pioneer, and we really do look to Japan for its leadership because this is so important for the world and very important for this country as well. And when I return next week to New York, I'll be meeting with the Secretary General. He'll be very, very excited to hear about the launch today. He is, of course, working day and night to help launch our new age of sustainable development, and this network operates under his auspices. And he will be most thrilled and delighted to hear of what you are doing. Please count on the global SDSN to support you in every way. And me personally, I'll be back in October and many other times in the coming year. So I'm very excited, and we have much work to do, but it will be a joy, a pleasure, and a great benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I just forgot to mention that Shiv Samshur, who is standing up there, is also our strong contact point to link our SDSN in Japan with the global SDSN. Thank you for joining us today. Now I'd like to proceed with the photo session for this Memorial Day. And
So those of you who have camera, especially those from the press, please come to the front. It might look as if it's a wedding ceremony, but if you have a camera, please do come up to the front. Could some of you move forward? So we'll start with this camera. Let me take a few photos. Is everyone okay? Did everyone have a chance to take a photo? Thank you very much.
2015 to give us an opportunity to have this ceremony. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Professor Kanye, everyone on the stage, thank you very much. So with that, we conclude the plenary session number 1. We will have a 10-minute break. We will start plenary session 2 at 11:50. There's announcement for the guests. We still have some lunch boxes available. Even if you have not applied for the lunch session, you can still purchase lunch. If you'd like, please come and talk to us at the registration counter. The lunch session or the lunch box for the lunch session, we still have some few lunch boxes available. Even if you have not applied for the lunch session, you can still purchase the lunch box. So please come to the registration counter if you'd like. Thank you.
まもなく全体会合2を開始といたします。まもなく全体会合2を開始といたしますので、どうぞ皆様お席へとお進みくださいませ。全体会合2をまもなく開始いたします。すごいな。もう間もなくで休憩時間は終了となります。全体会合2を開始いたしますので、お席へとお進みくださいませ。まもなくで全体会合2を開始いたします。どうぞ皆様、お席へとお進みくださいませ。はは。でも、あと1分ぐらい。
ていうかオーダー入ってますよね。
お待たせいたしました。
Thank you all very much for waiting. We would like to now begin the new climate regime at COP21, creating a dynamic cycle for ratcheting up climate actions. The moderator for this session will be Mr. Shuzo Nishioka, the Secretary General of International Research Network for Low Carbon Societies and Low Carbon Asia Research Network. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you all very much for coming to this session. In 1985, it's almost 30 years ago when I've started getting engaged in this climate change. And it seems like the year 2030 is going to be the peak of this climate change. Therefore, we were assuming that things would change, aiming towards that year. However, the acceleration is quite fast. And at the same time, there are a lot of actions that have started to emerge. Therefore, I have the sense that this timing has all accelerated than originally anticipated. And the title of this session today
for the earphones, please. でございますけれども、まず COP
So the title of this session is COP21, and this is scheduled in December this year. And for a aspiring goal and target, we have set the title here as creating a dynamic cycle for ratcheting up climate actions. And this is the title for this session. So the keyword here is the action. We would now have to start taking actions. And we use this English saying ratcheting up. And I myself has the background of mechanical engineer. And this is more like creating these one by one, which is to ratchet up in order to take the actions for climate change. Therefore, this is more like working together. In the past, all these countries have set their own objectives trying to achieve that. However, the acceleration of this climate change is way too fast that actions alone is not going to achieve its goals and objectives. Therefore, the idea here is to first of all have the keynote speaker, Mr. Thierry Dana, to give us the presentation, and then followed by the panel discussion talking about how things could be discussed, especially aiming towards the COP21 scheduled at the end of this year. Now, the outline of this session is that the hosting country, which would be France, hosting COP21 at the end of this year, and the France is going to organize this conference and says that this is a challenge and at the same time an opportunity. And from IGES, we're going to propose aiming towards that COP21, and there is a flagship project that IGES have launched. Therefore, Mr. Tamura is going to share what that flagship project is all about. And we also have the experts who's at the forefront of these topics, very active abroad. Therefore, I would like to also have their involvement in this discussion in order for us to further discuss on this urgent issue of COP21. Now, first, we would have the keynote speech from Mr. Thierry Dana. And he's been working in Asian region for quite a long time, therefore well versed in this Asian region. And Mr. Akimasa Sumi is the president of National Institute for Environmental Studies and have also taught at the Tokyo University as well, and who is an expert of the climate change. And Mr. Nobuo Tanaka is the former executive director of the International Energy Agency and president of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And again, Mr. Tanaka is also an expert in energy. And we also have Professor Bindu Lohani, and until June this year, he had worked at the ADB as a vice governor and focused on the knowledge management as well as the sustainable development. And there is a Yokohama Yport Center, and he has been a special advisor for that as well. And Mr. Rai Kwon-chon is the principal advisor on climate change of Executive Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations, and also a former climate change ambassador of the Republic of Korea. And on the far end, Mr. Kentaro Tamura is the deputy director of the Kansai Research Center and leader of climate and energy area from IGES. So these are the members who's going to take part in this plenary session too. So first, Ambassador, please give us your keynote speech.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words of introduction and for inviting me here at this IGS conference. I think this ISAP is very timely. As I walked out this morning from my office, I believe this was a very good day to talk about climate warming. And if I'm the only one with a tie today, I guess you have to imagining it's a sign of my commitment to fight against the warming. So this is clearly a good timing because we are in the final round before the COP21, which is happening by the end of the year, as you know. So now we are entering the final negotiation. It's very timely because, as you know, the International Panel on Climate Change has clearly stated now, which is undisputable, that the climate change is real, and second, the climate change is caused by mankind, which means at the same time that because it's caused by mankind, mankind can also reverse this process. So it's a source of concern, but also a source of determination. The source of concern because
If we follow on the same track as now, we will reach an increase of 4 to 5 degrees Celsius warmer world by the end of this century. And 4 or 5 Celsius warming is not just feeling a bit more hot when you go out in the street. It's just a complete upset of our world, our way of living, and no country can pretend it is preserved from this evolution. So this is a concern for everybody, and it's an urgent concern. So it's also a sign for determination, because the scientists tell us that it is still possible to comply with the objective of a global increase of less than 2%. But for that, we must begin without delay to decarbonize our economies. This is why the conference of the COP21 is so important. It doesn't mean it's the end of the game, because we will still need additional effort in the future. But if we don't start there with clear and ambitious measure, it is obvious that we will not be able to face this challenge. So the idea is that we want to act before it is too late, and the world cannot afford to miss another rendezvous as we did in Copenhagen in 2009. We can still be reasonably optimistic about the outcome of this conference for a few reasons. First, the global awareness of the challenge is now undisputable, and this was not the case 15 years ago. Second, many countries at the domestic level, before even this conference, have started to take measures in order to put in place energy transition policies and technologies to make this transition possible. Third, which is a major point as well, is that key players or key responsible countries which were not on board in Copenhagen are now part of the process, and I mean in particular the United States and China. And third, we have prepared for many months now this conference, not leaving all the main aspects to the summit, thinking that because there's a summit, everything will be solved and the head of state and government will take the right decision. Copenhagen has proven that we cannot leave everything in the hands of the head of state and government, because if there's no preparation and consensus worked on before, it might clearly happen that there will be no agreement. So in this case, we have been working for many months, and we have, I would say, a consensus building process which started with the Peruvian presidency, and I think this is an important aspect as well. So how do we see the COP21 itself now? We usually speak of the COP21 as a four-dimension strategy to start a Paris Alliance for climate. So four pillars in this strategy, and four pillars for the outcome of the conference. The first pillar will be to conclude an intergovernmental agreement identifying few principles for a successful outcome. First, this agreement should be universal, meaning that everybody is concerned, which is a clear reverse of strategy compared to the Kyoto approach, where at that time only industrial countries were supposed to be concerned, and this limited the participant to 37 countries, where now we are targeting a universal agreement. universal and binding, because it seems for us that we need some strong commitment. Binding, ambitious, addressing the issues of mitigation as well as adaptation of the resources for implementation. But at the same time, we need to be realistic, and realistic means flexibility and equity and balanced solution to take into account the different situation of the different countries. We want to be all on the same train, which means with one track, one direction, and everybody moving in the same direction. But it is clear that some countries can be at the forefront and some will be a bit lagging behind because they don't have all the means to do as much as the first one. So this is the universal agreement. The second pillar is made of national contribution, INDC. Many countries, I think over 40 countries, have already announced their commitment. This is the case also for France in the framework of EU global commitment, which binds us to reduce our overall emissions of at least 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. This is quite an ambitious target, and we are glad that Japan has just recently announced its own INDC on last July 10th. It's an important contribution because it will not give pretext to other countries to pretend that not all the G7 countries have submitted their INDC. This level of minus 17% compared to 1990 is a first step, but it is a very valuable step. Third pillar of the agreement will be finance and technology transfer, because, as I said, some countries have more means than others in order to cope with the challenge of decarbonization. So we need some financial instruments to give some support to other countries to move in the same direction. In particular, one very important fact besides politics is the decoupling of the relation between effort on environment and global and growth in the economy. For a long time, there was a feeling that any effort towards environment was sort of a constraint for economic growth, and that the countries which needed economic development couldn't support the program of environmental efforts. It happens that now, and we could see this very clearly on graphs, in industrial countries, the economic growth has been going together with the decrease of emission, which means that not only it's something which is a constraint for economic growth, but on the contrary, efforts in environment can be a support for economic growth, which is quite easily understandable, because if you see many sectors of economy today, most of the investment, most of the research and development efforts are made in fields of environment, which means that these efforts, investments, creates more jobs, more activity, more development, and which shows that now it is not only, thank you, I have seen it. It is not only a break to development, but also, on the contrary, a support to development. But to allow this in the developing countries, we need some financial support. This is why the third pillar is very important. We have started a green fund. It is already, there's a commitment of over $10 billion US in that fund, and by 2020, 2020, the target is that there will be $100 billion every year dedicated to environmental programs. And the last pillar, which is also important, in particular in a framework which like this one, is what we call the agenda of solution, meaning that this matter is not only a matter for government or for state, but also for local governments, for companies, for syndicates, and everyone needs to participate in the same process. So now we are about 2 months before the summit. Of course, the closer we come to the summit, the tighter the negotiations are developing. This will be the largest conference, I think, maybe in the history of the United Nations. We envisage to have more than 40,000 people gathering in Paris because of this approach of 4 pillars. We believe that a main concern is public awareness. So this is the responsibility of the government to show the way, but also they have to be pushed, I would say, by their public opinion. Because at the end of the day, we are mostly talking about democracy when we talk about it happens that the leaders in environmental policies are also all democracies. So the more the public opinion is pushing their government, the more those will be able to cope with the challenge. And this is where we stand. Again, the COP21 will not be the end of the game. Recently, there was a meeting in Paris, I think, of many ministers, and they agreed on the principle that there will be a sort of a rendezvous clause that every 5 years or 10 years we will meet again to assess the progress and see what we have to do more or what has been done during the last years. In conclusion, I would say that the success of this international climate negotiation is obviously a priority for France, for Europe, and I hope for all the G7 countries. We are reasonably optimistic that the 4 pillars at the Paris conference, the agreement, the national contributions, the financial and the technological aspects will allow us to put one foot in the post-carbon area. This is, again, the first foot, but it opens the way for optimistic development. And we all have in mind, when we envisage this conference, the answer of Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the UN Secretary General, when he was asked, well, if this conference failed, what is the plan B? And he answered, well, there's no plan B because there's no planet B. So I hope we have to keep this in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very clear 4 pillar explanations, and I think that we can understand that the 4 pillars, and I hope that it is a very successful meeting at Paris. And 先ほど私の方でその一つ一つCOP21 で決まったことをですね、
And so, in order for us to put into action what we will decide in COP21, I use the word ratcheting up, but so Mr. Tamura, please be prepared for your speech or the presentation. And IJES is researching in the various fields of climate change, and towards COP21 we have formulated a special team to be engaged in the research, in particular related to COP21. Hello everyone.
My name is Tamura from IGES, and today I would like to present on our activity on the Paris Climate Agreement and beyond. This is a report that we have compiled, and the exhibition corner has this exhibition, but unfortunately, this is the version before the verification, so we cannot distribute or circulate this among the participants. So I would like to extract some of the key messages from this report to share some information with you. Before I go into the main topic of this report, this is something that may overlap with the keynote speech by Ambassador Dana. I would like to talk about the Paris Agreement and its historical meaning. And this is basically about the ultimate goal of the stabilization of the climate, and as a concrete goal, the 2-degree goal was agreed in 2010. And in order to materialize this goal, the developed countries as well as the developing countries are now aiming to enforce the actions. Under the convention, basically there will be a legal framework to be attained or established that will be applicable to all the member nations and parties, and this is basically to attain with the balance between the legal binding and also the flexibility. And as Ambassador Dana also said, each country, in order to make the contribution, they will bring their own ideas from their own country in the form of nationally determined contributions. And basically, the bottom-up approach is taken to gather together these individual ideas from different countries. And the EU and China, and so 21 plus 1 regions are now have already submitted the NDCs, but even with this, all these ideas compiled, combined, this will not be enough to achieve the 2-degree goal. And in order for us to attain the 2-degree goal through the compilation and the combination of all the actions taken by the countries, we need to strengthen we need the system to review the cycle at a certain interval. And also, there's a lot of discussion on how to support. How to strengthen the support for the most poor nations, and also SIDS, and for adaptation and mitigation. And also there are some non-national actors, such as the corporations and the autonomous bodies and local governments and also civil societies. And we would like to create the system which will recognize and support activities by the non-governmental bodies and organizations. So today I would like to talk about the cycle of the review, and also I would like to talk a little bit about the parts played by the market mechanism. There's one. I would like to begin with one piece of good news. Towards the Paris COP21, IEA has recently published a report, and according to that, the worldwide CO2 deriving from the energy in 2014 was flat against 2013, and whilst achieving the global economic growth of 3%. So this is something remarkable. And in the past 50 years, at several occasions, there were some years where the CO2 emission has stalled or did not grow. But in those incidents, there were always the cases of the economic stagnation. However, between 2013 and 2014, there was a growth, and also the CO2 did not grow in emission, but emission has to be reduced down to zero by 2070 through the economic activities. That is considered to be necessary to achieve the 2-degree goal. And this is something that we need to discuss and come to an agreement about in Paris. And another remarkable point is that behind these phenomena, the implementation and enhancement of implementation of the emission reduction, there is the common motivations. In particular, from examples of EU, US, and China, there's this enhancement of energy security, and also many of these countries trying to become the global leader in terms of the low carbon technology market. And so it is necessary to build a system where such efforts can be utilized to the fullest extent. And so NDCs will be formulated by each countries, and we need to we consider that it would be necessary to build some form of system which regularly reviews the cycle, and there are some issues to do that. There are 4 of them indicated here. Number 1 is the implementation period of each NDC is different, and also the how to strike a balance between the legal clarity and also flexibility is not known, and also what would be the right information and also index for evaluation of the cycle in the cycle, and also how would we link the emission reduction cycle and also the financing cycle. Now, with regards to the implementation periods, according to the individual NDCs, and there are largely 2 groups, namely the one with the 5-year basis and the other with 10-year basis. And with our experience in Copenhagen and other forms of conferences, it is very difficult to expect to know the level of ambition at one point in time. So, reviewing cycle will certainly allow us to get a good idea of how much achievement we can expect. And so 2026, for example, will be the review for both types of NDCs, 5-year basis and 10-year basis. Again, the same thing will happen in the 2031. That's an example. And also, when it comes to the second challenge, which is a balance between the legal clarity and the flexibility, and no agreements have been achieved. So therefore, we still have to pay a lot of attention to this matter. And this Paris Agreement will be the core of the agreement that will be legally binding, added with the COP decision. And so it is very likely that this 2015 Paris Agreement package will be the combination of both. And so the contribution made by each party should be made into obligation so that there will be a periodic review of their NDCs and their actions thereof. And so then that review will be done in the non-legal document to be added to the package of a Paris Agreement in 2015 COP21. And next, regard the third challenge, what will be the information or the standard or the indices for the verification of the emission reduction? And so for the contributions that are committed by each party, we would incorporate or the collect information of the premises and also the assumptions, and also the equilibrium and the potential of emission reduction, and also the opportunity and also benefit, how would it compare to the 2-degree target? And in order to submit such a set of information, the consortium should be formulated so as to carry out the evaluation and the assessment. And so up to now, the climate change were basically discussed in terms of the burden sharing or the responsibility sharing according to the contribution made by each party. But then we need to graduate from this burden-based discussion, and we should move forward and for enhancing the motivation towards more positive and aggressive approaches towards the reduction of the emission. In particular, in this report that we are about to publish, we have actually evaluated and also verified the ideas for the emission reduction. And as I mentioned, there are several indices which have already been established for this type of evaluation. But each of the indices have the pros and cons. Also, one supplement the other. And so we need to, first of all, identify the right set of indices for assessment and evaluation. And the second point, which is an important point, instead of using some specific calculation model, we need to work on the more holistic analysis based on the number of scenario analysis results that have already been reported by the different relevant institutions and the research organizations. And also we need to involve the wide array of research institutions to form the consortium to fulfill their roles and functions. Next, I would like to talk about funding. And regarding the funding, naturally, we would, in addition to giving the appropriate incentive to the developing countries for their further efforts, we need to identify or to strengthen the funding so as to boost the scale for the individual actions. And so now that's led to the identification of the link between the emission reduction cycle and also the funding cycle, finance cycle. So based on the 5-year review, or the review that is done every 5 years, we will try to grasp more accurately the funding needs of each party, and by understanding more accurately the needs of the funding, and we would bump up, if necessary, the support. And that way, we will be able to accelerate and also make sure that there will be the right approaches and actions in place for emission reduction. And so, in closing, this is about the market mechanism, and the market mechanism and the utilization thereof will be very important for achieving the 2-degree target. And framework for various approaches, FPA, which to be honest, sometimes I have struggled understanding what it means, but in any case, there's a discussion taking place pertains to the utilization of the market mechanism for expediting and also making more effective actions towards the reduction of the emission. And in that, we will attain the sufficient consideration for the environment, and at the same time promotes the efforts for reduction of emission. And regarding the utilization of the market mechanism in the accounting framework of FPA, framework of various approaches, there there's no assumption made for the basis of the accounting. So we need to identify the GHG inventory or something similar by each party, taken by each party, so as to have some basis for evaluating the progress of the emission reduction actions. And however, a lot of the developing countries have yet to have the system for the GHG inventory accounting. And however, this means that by building such a system, we will be able to achieve the win-win situation where the developing countries will benefit from this newly created the standardized GHG inventory counting system. And so basically, we will try to establish the sector-wide the inventory taking development, and this can be shared by all the parties. And also, in order to avoid and prevent the double counting, we would enhance the we would need to work towards the enhancement of the management of the emission credit transfer, and also establishment of the tracing, tracking, and also the registration system, and also to establish a form of the common reporting. And so, about the future, with the reflection of the expert opinions, I just would like to submit the opinion to the UNFCCC Secretariat about the cycle and market mechanism, and also adaptation and loss and damage, and outside review, and we'll create the final version in August. So we need to run a cycle of PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Action, is something that we would like to suggest from Japan. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, then we have the experts here up on stage as well. Therefore, we would like to now ask them of their opinion as to how we would be able to achieve such an aspiring goal that we need to achieve for COP21. Now, I would like to first ask Professor Sumi, the president of National Institute for Environmental Studies, and also the professor in Tokyo University. Well, thank you very much. My name is Sumi. Please wait for a few more moments. Now, first, Professor Nishioka have asked me to talk about something scientific. So I thought that rather than just speaking, I thought it would help if there are some visuals. Therefore, I brought my slide over. Now, from the IPCC report, I have extracted two diagrams. As you can see, the first one is the average every 10 years of global warming emission. And as you can see, the temperature is hiking. Right side is the IPCC data. When it comes to the emission scenario for the future, I would omit about the details. However, this is more like an accumulated CO2 emission to date, and also the increase of temperature. And as you can see, the two is in exact correlation. So if we're not going to be strangled with the details, and then if we just live like the life what we are living today, then this would go up further. And if we're going to stick to the 2 degrees target or 2 degrees goal, then I think that whatever we can do, it's very much limited. So this would be all up to us. And we just cannot just let everything go as is. Therefore, the global carbon management would be required, and the concept of such would have to be developed. The meaning for this concept is that we have been talking about the COP21, and and all types of agreement has been made. But when it comes to the amount of the carbon originated from nature is actually in cyclical mode. Therefore, it's not the human CO2 emission, but the nature would also have to be taken into account. Therefore, the measurement and verification, the MRV, would become especially very much important because the tropical environments and from various areas the CO2 is being emitted. Looking at the situation here in Japan, the energy use, all those actually contributes to this emission. But the global would be different. There are natural side of it versus the human activity side of it that we have to encompass the both and then develop that management system. And also, carbon alone would not be the culprit, because if we look at all different countries around the world, there are poverty, and especially in the developing countries, they do want the growth of economy. Therefore, we have to incorporate all those different aspects and then decide on what would be the measures required to tackle this climate change issue. The reason why we're talking about all those topics in minute details, many people actually always have a fear as to whether we would be able to achieve that. Only the elderly people are not worried because, you know, their life is already approaching towards the end of its life. But in either case, this would all be relevant to young people. And we just have to have one success stories of all the effort that we're taking. It's shown in particular data that it is indeed working. Therefore, I would like to promote a little bit of this organization which we would be doing. As you can see on to the right, this is the carbon cycle, and therefore we take the demographics of the global statistics data, and then look at the carbon cycle. And when it comes to the ocean, were deemed to be a certain safety buffer because it would absorb some emissions. Therefore, it is quite a large natural sinks when it comes to the ocean, not only the plants and leaves. And we use the model called AIM, the AIM. And therefore, we are conducting various scenario researches as to how best we can utilize this model. And also, what we are saying always is that we just have to have the success scenario in order for the people to follow. Japan had experienced the recovery from March 11 earthquake and tsunami. And I think that people would not feel credible towards Japan if we're not going to recover from the 3/11 earthquake and tsunami. Because even if no matter how much we talk about this environmental issues, if we're not achieving whatever we need to achieve from the Tohoku region, then we would not be able to talk further about the need to tackle this climate change. And Shinchi village from Fukushima is one of the area that would, I'm sure, be talked about later. But we just have to sometimes look at individually plus systemic as well. Otherwise, we would not be able to reduce the CO2 addition all in all. Also, when it comes to this kind of topic, people tend to think that there is a certain numerical formula that would always succeed. However, it's not true, because each country have their own culture, their own lifestyles. Therefore, there should be different solutions that would fit each of those countries. So it's not a one-fit-all approach. Therefore, we just have to have the basic framework in place, and then each country to decide what they can do in order to achieve the target. Thank you very much. You have mentioned that we are in a point where we have to change drastically, and this is not really of anything that is done by a conspiracy by anyone. And I think that we just have to take the drastic approach, otherwise this climate change issue is not going to stop. And all the scientists just cannot just stay aloof and talk about the scientific sides, but I think that these scientists would now have to start taking actions and not just talking about how important this topic is. And there is this idea of decoupling, meaning that we should not limit ourselves to CO2, but the economic growth cannot be done unless there is an energy. We tend to think that, meaning that with the current energy use in place, there will be more and more emission of CO2. And in order for the economy to grow, there would always be an increase in CO2 emission, and that was more like a myth that has been strangling all of us. But then the IEA came up with this report. Therefore, I would like to now ask what that's all about. This is a IEA, the International Energy Agency, and the headquarters is in Paris. Now, when I was there, we came up with the plans as to what we should do in order to bring back 2 degrees temperature level. Now, when it comes to IEA, we actually focus on energy. Especially, we focus on how to store the energy, the oil, in order to tackle the urgent need elsewhere. So we have now started to look at using gas and not really the fossil fuel, and then try to achieve the lowering of the CO2 emission. Therefore, if we think of all those aspects, we would now have to think overall as to what needs to be done in order to bring down the total level of the CO2, including all those different use of energy sources. Now, when it comes to the global warming topic, we have to look at it universally, globally. But at the same time, 2/3 are actually from the energy. Therefore, we just have to do something there, otherwise we just cannot achieve the goal. At the very beginning, Mr. Tamura mentioned that the year 2014 was a difficult year because although there were 3% economic growth, the CO2 emission level actually stayed at the same level, although the economy had grown. So the question is, can we deem this as a decoupling effect? At a glance, it is true that it seems to be a decoupling, and for the renewable energies, the cost is coming down, therefore it is being propagated. Therefore, all the plants, the factories actually have transitioned towards a better use of resources. Therefore, in a way, a major leap forward was made in this decoupling approach. However, in Europe, they had a warmer year, and then United States is shifting to shale gas. And in case of Japan, since Fukushima, we are now transitioning to gas from coal. Therefore, the reduction of CO2 is being observable, and seems like China is lagging behind in terms of growth of economy, and also the water is also have to do with it as well. So it seems like these were all a decoupling effect at a glance. However, the question is whether it's true. The growth is achieved, but then we have to minimize and slow down the energy consumption so that we would not emit the CO2, but rather to reduce the CO2 emission.
And the IEA has already looking at the INDCs that have been submitted towards the COP21, and we have analyzed it, and so how that would contribute to the emission reduction by 2030. Unfortunately, there will be no reduction. The emission will keep growing, and this is not sustainable, of course. So according to the current INDC, by 2040, the carbon budget towards the 2-degree goal, the margin will be expired. It will be used up, and for that, we have to throw this 2-degree scenario out of the window. And so we started thinking about the bridge scenario in order to attain this 2-degree goal. And as Dr. Sumi said, according to the characteristics of each country, there will be different actions to be taken, and there are different menus of scenarios and actions. And so from the INDC scenario to bridge scenario, the biggest contribution is made by the energy saving. 49% of the reduction of emission derived from the energy saving efforts, more efficient energy use, such as for the housing sectors and also in the developing countries, especially in China, the energy saving activities in the industry needs to take place. And of course, this is a win-win scenario. This has to be done. And secondly, the least effective, the coal fired power generation should be stopped. And in Japan, the coal-fired power generation is of high efficiency, but in other countries, such as India and the ASEAN countries, their coal-fired power generation is of low efficiency, and this needs to be addressed. And also the renewable energy is becoming less and less expensive, and this needs to be increased, and investment into the technology for boosting the renewable needs to be happen. And so there's a $270 billion dollar investment should be bumped up to $400 billion. And in particular, another point is that in Middle East, there are a lot of oil-producing nations which can produce the oil and gas at a low cost, and they use oil and gas in a very wasteful manner. And so we are considering to abolish towards 2030 the incentive for the fossil fuel, and with this, about 10% of the emission can be reduced within the efforts in the Middle East alone. And this is not directly related to the CO2, but there's a methane that comes out in the excavation, and methane has the much higher greenhouse effect, and so we need to mitigate and minimize the emission of the methane, and that will bring about 15% reduction of the emission. And with all these combined, we can go towards the 2-degree goal achievement, but all the combination of all the INDCs do not come to this conclusion, and we need to establish a mechanism so as to think, sort of calculate backwards from the 2-degree goal, and also break it down into the individual country goal, and this sort of line of actions will be required to attain the goal. And I mentioned 5 things, but there's one thing that is very important, in particular to Japan, which is missing in the IEA report. Actually, it is mentioned, but in a short term, and this is not something that can be attained, and that is the nuclear power. And Professor Jeffrey Sachs mentioned a little bit about the nuclear energy, and in the Columbia University, he hosted the seminar on the sustainable energy. And so does it actually exist? That's my question. But as Mr. Shimizu said, so without nuclear power, even after Fukushima experience, Japan cannot attain the goal. The 20 to 22% of the power will come from the nuclear, according to the government's energy plan. But then the general public are not very happy with that understanding, and whether nuclear is sustainable or not is another question, but it would certainly reduce the emission, and also it contributes the economic growth, and also the economic security. And it's called 3E+S rules, or the approaches. And so we need to establish a mechanism so as the criticality will not happen, and also the spent fuel, and also the radioactive waste, how they will be treated properly. And also Japan has experienced the Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and we need to develop a technology that is at least nuclear prolific. And unfortunately, this the light water, the reactor type of power generation, nuclear power generation, is not really fulfilling such a social demand or needs. And in the United States, I've been stressing this, and so integral fast reactor, and also pilot, the dry, the electrolytic, the processing system, and so South Korea, the Republic of Korea is now trying to introduce the system, and sustainable nuclear technology should be tested first in Fukushima, because fuel debris from Fukushima Daiichi can no way be brought out from the Fukushima prefecture. So this fuel debris has to be treated and processed in a sustainable way, so as the local people, the residents and the population can accept the countermeasures or the measures to treat it. And with that, Japan will be able to establish a system for sustainable treatment of the nuclear waste. And I think Ambassador Dana is also knowledgeable about the nuclear waste situation in France as well. So we need to, in addition to the emission reduction scenario, we will also have to supplement it with the proper sustainable nuclear energy scenario. Thank you very much for pointing out the three very concrete points, and which would require further consideration. Now, we would like to move on to Mr. Chung, and in the Paris UNFCCC COP21, how so UNFCCC is focused on the reduction of the emission to mitigate the climate change. Do you think that is enough?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, joining here with you about sharing some of the ideas about this. Since we have already heard from Ambassador and also Professor Sumi and Mr. Tanaka-san, I would like to focus on the fundamental dimension of the challenge of climate change. We talked about transformation, and even in the books, and we have mentioned the importance of transformation. But when we talk about transformation, I think we have to fully understand the meaning of the transformation in terms of in our policy making. For example, that we have to fundamentally shift our focus from short term to long term, and from quantity of GDP to quality of GDP, and also trade-off between climate and economic development to synergy between economic development and climate. These are the kind of challenges, but clearly we are still in the learning process. How we can actually realize a so-called decarbonization or decoupling or low carbon society or green economy. But in fact, everybody is learning about it. We heard and we have seen some examples from Europe, especially very developed country, is now successfully decoupled. It happened only after these countries entered into a quite a high level of economic development. The issue is, can we do that even when many of the developing countries are still in the stage of taking off their economic development? Can they shift their trajectory from carbon intensive, which has been historically, all developed countries follow the same path. But can they shift to a low carbon development trajectory? Then the issue is how we can make it happen. We talked about some evidence-based research and also some best practices and success stories. But I think if we are only looking for evidences, I think it will be quite difficult, because we have some evidences in a narrow sectoral ad hoc basis examples, but nobody or no country in the history of economic development has undertaken comprehensive low carbon green development trajectory yet. So in fact, we cannot have an example of low carbon development yet. So we are all learning. And then I'd like to identify and suggest what are the specific tools necessary for that kind of transformation. I would like to talk briefly about the need for even changing our mindset on economic modeling. Economic modeling means that we heard from even IPCC recent assessment report number 5, also even mentioned that if we introduce strict measures for carbon reduction, then we will have a global GDP being reduced by certain percentage. Which means this is also based on the economic modeling, which is so-called the CG model. And it is a very, to me, I'm not sure whether this CG model is capable of making a long-term projection for 50 years or 100 years. In fact, frankly speaking, no economist is capable of predicting global GDP growth for 50 years later, 100 years later. Still, we are receiving some projections from economists saying that if we take a climate action, global GDP will be reduced. I'm not sure how much should I believe on this. The point is, we need a different economic modeling, which could say that if we take a strict climate action, then we can have even higher GDP growth in 20 years' time or 30 years' time. There are some economic models, some economists who are coming up with this kind of positive economic modeling. E3MG, these are different economic models, which is saying that if we take or introduce carbon pricing, carbon tax, we'll have even higher economic growth. But these models are still a minority. I don't know why we are not more focusing on this kind of positive economic modeling. So this is one challenge for economic modeling. The other one is fiscal policy issues. I don't think we can transform our economy without having a fundamental reform on our fiscal policy, which means carbon tax and carbon pricing. Without this kind of fundamental shifting or changing of price signal, it will be very difficult. The only fear is that so far the conventional economists are saying that if we have a carbon tax, then economy will be damaged. That is the kind of message we've been hearing for so long. But is it true? As there are some countries like Sweden introduced carbon tax in 1990, and Sweden has successfully decoupled the economy. So still we are in the learning process. So we need more research on this low carbon fiscal reform, which I want to hear the message that by introducing or by reforming fiscal policies towards low carbon fiscal reform, we can have even higher long-term growth and job creation in the long run with not just reducing the jobs, which and then in order to do that, we need to also change our yardstick, which is indicator, which we are using GDP. But in fact, we should focus on quality of GDP. So we need a different indicator, not just quantity of GDP, but about quality of GDP. So we need, without changing this kind of basic parameters of our policy making, it will be very difficult to transform towards a low carbon and decoupling of these kind of things. So for this, I would like to emphasize on that for the Paris agreement and discussions. I think just agreeing on the INDC and the national commitment may not be enough. I think we need to have a more firm consensus and commitment from all the countries around the world for the transformation towards a low carbon economy, I think. That is the basis of actually action for INDC. So INDC is a kind of an expression of the commitment for the transformation. So maybe in the Paris Agreement, if there's a more stronger political consensus on transformation for low carbon economy, I think that will be very useful. And then for looking for some examples, yeah, surely we need some examples, and I'd by concluding saying that actually recently Japan introduced carbon tax in October 2012. And now Japan is planning to raise, it's only about 286 yen per year and per ton of carbon. But with this small fraction of a carbon tax, Japan can generate $2.4 billion a year. It's just very, very small fraction of a carbon tax. And out of this $2.4 billion, actually Japan increased their contribution to ADB. I learned it from Vice President Bindu about this new message that Japan has increased their contribution for carbon fund more than $20 million out of this $2.4 billion. So this is an example, inspiration for $100, which is the financial commitment for the for $100 billion is a kind of target for the Paris Agreement, and we are struggling how we can mobilize $100 billion. But actually, if countries can introduce low carbon fiscal reform, then the countries can mobilize trillions of dollars. And $100 billion will be just a fraction of those $1 trillion. And it is not just a handout or a waste of money, but it is an investment. $100 billion it's not just handout ODA. It It is an investment for low carbon transformation of the developing country. So if we look at this 100 billion from this kind of transformational issue perspective, I think as an investment perspective, I think we can have a better ideas how can you mobilize $100 billion. Yeah, thank you.
どうもありがとうございました。非常にポジティブにどう考えていくか。
Well, thank you very much. You have talked about very positively about how to mobilize those finances. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Lohani, who is who's well versed in financing, and would like to ask you the question as to how investment towards infrastructure be made. And I would like to hear from you as to how could this investment be able to be done.
I was just thinking what to say, because everything probably is said. There are two questions that I've been asked to touch upon. One, yes, we do want to do more investment in low carbon side. What have been the barriers today? Why we've not been able to do a lot more? And number two, the second question was, what do I want to see at COP21 in Paris? Maybe most people have same views. The good news is, if we look at the recent past, in the last decade or so, the investment in low carbon technology have increased, whether in form of the clean energy or some adaptation work, it's increasing. But our assessment is it's not adequate. We need to have more. Now, we heard about the decoupling study, but I also want to throw one dimension of the GDP, which is the impact of the climate change on GDP in some countries in Asia, based on our study, could be of the order of 10%. So what is 3% growth when you actually 3 to 5% impact? So those things also need to be brought into the perspective of the discussions. Some of the barriers let me mention that I like to mention today are about 5. One, how to prepare a country-level commitment. Mr. Chung said, many said short-term and long-term decarbonization plan. At the most, what you can see in the country is a 5-year plan. What are we talking about, a decarbonization plan for 50 years? There is none in most of the countries, at least developing countries where investments need to be done more. So if we have those, then one could start thinking about the long-term investment need, long-term actions, which is, in my opinion, is very important. Of course, INDCs are important, but people have presented, it can be updated from time to time, but we need to also get a perspective for that 50 years so that we do want to negotiate something for 2 degrees. So it's important. The second kind of barriers, if we remove, which will allow us to do more, are the policy. For example, let me take a simple example of fuel subsidy. We've been talking, everybody's been talking that forever. Some countries have slowly done it. There's never a better time than now when the oil price is so low. Take some of them down. And if necessary, even subsidize, if needed, for renewable energy. That'll be a nice thing to do. And some countries are thinking, but there is not enough of that happen at the moment. Frankly, for the oil-producing countries, they've been losing revenue, so it's a good thing for them to also have some kind of tax at the moment so they can collect it. Like Mr. Chung rightly said, this country does it. And for the countries which are importing, I strongly once again repeat and say that consider reducing the subsidy fully someday so that we can move into the more carbon investments. Related to this still, on the policy side, the sector policies are very important. So we do investment in energy, transport, urban sectors. Now everybody knows 65% of the Asians will live in cities by 2030, 2040. And if 65% of the Asians are going to live there, the climate change agenda will be one or not one, depending on whether you can manage those cities and move them into the low decarbonization path or low carbon path. Everybody knows energy sector is important. So it's important that we help countries to develop sector policies, energy policy. Now, the organization I used to work, we had an energy policy which used to do fossil fuel, etc. That policy, when you change it, say we'll do energy efficiency, renewables, etc., the investment pattern will change. I think we should try to make some transformational change into this sector policy of the country in energy, in the transport. We still have policies, we say build more roads, promoting more vehicles. The public transportation is still low, railways are low, metros are low in Asian countries, and therefore that kind of shift in the sector policy would make a tremendous difference. And I said the cities, if we only could focus this city to become green city, low carbon city, with smart cities, we would be able to tackle this very well. The third area to me is the research and development. No matter how we look at it, many studies you look at it, the R&D side of it is very low. We may have, particularly if you look at the Asian countries, except for Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and most of these countries are Singapore, all of them have substantially low investment in R&D. And everybody knows the R&D is directly related to developing new technologies, and we must have those resources made available, or at least such joint researches should be done in future. The fourth is the technology transfer. We've been hearing this forever. I was in Kyoto. Many of you were in Kyoto. We said technology transfer, affordable cost. That hasn't happened very much. We are afraid of the intellectual property right, but there are ways we can protect that. I think we need to take those barriers out also. There are opportunities, simple opportunity. 5 minutes left? Well, there's plenty of time, yeah. Okay, I don't need 5 minutes, yeah. There are lots of opportunity for investment, which is so easy, and Mr. Tanaka mentioned from the IE report. The whole energy efficiency issue, there's an enormous amount of investment needed, available, low-hanging fruit, whether you take building, industries, and transport sector. And sometimes it requires some top-down approach, making upfront financing available. You may need some building codes, et cetera, et cetera. The solutions are pretty much known, and one just gets amazed why these are not done. We just need to press them. The second part, which is, nowadays to talk about coal-fired power plant is almost like taboo. Nobody wants to talk. But one area I like to talk, which IEA report also says, is we must tackle all these old, inefficient coal-fired power plants in many countries, which if you retrofitted them with the best technology like you have in Japan and a few other developed countries, it will be possible to reduce significantly. It's a win-win exercise. But the countries are sometimes reluctant to say, oh, this is too expensive, too costly for me. This is where I think we need to make the technology affordable. It's a job ready to go with billions of dollars of investment, and it will reduce significantly. It's easily doable, but we have not been able to do that for whatever reason. Even the IEA report, which was mentioned, currently in the renewable space, I think globally about $270 billion invested. They project by 2030, we may need about $400 billion. So there is a lot of financing need on that. So it requires you to move into some technological breakthrough that is very important. Technology has to be a part of this solution. For example, take solar energy. We do a lot of investment in solar in Asia-Pacific region. 10 years ago, the three issues were efficiency, economy, and storage. And today, still these are the three issues. We've done a little bit better, but it's not there. So this has to be, this kind of breakthrough should be supported. Carbon capture and storage. My gosh, if only we could make carbon capture and storage viable, commercially viable, technology could be provided in an affordable manner. Imagine we could burn all the coal and still be carbon neutral on this. And the third part is equally, it's happening, but it's not happening enough in the e-vehicle. We must do, and we must promote R&D policy, financing needed to all of these. And the ultimate challenge to some of the scientists and technocrats is how to make the air travel in a slightly different way, which we haven't found a solution. And in the 1 minute I have, and the fifth point is in the financing side. Whenever I talk to the countries, they all know they are looking for funding. Ambassador nicely said, we have the $10 billion, will be $100 billion. That's what's been committed. But they want to see it They want to see it, not hear it. And they haven't seen that. They're beginning to see 10 billion. I think that's what the country said. In our investment work with the countries said they do not want to pay for adaptation. We need to find additional concessional money or grant money for adaptation. Our people, sometimes the countries also confuse the financing for sustainable development goal and financing for climate change. If you look at those 17 goals, quite a bit of overlap, by the way. So one doesn't know, donors are confused equally what to fund, what not to fund. And my final 30 seconds is what do I want to see in Paris? Like many others said, I definitely want to see the country commitment, legal, binding, universal, all thinking about 2 degrees in future and commit as much as possible, not only short term, but long term. I do want to see some kind of understanding of the picking. Want to see about the carbon pricing, as Mr. Chung said, or carbon tax. We had the CDM back in Kyoto as an interim arrangement, and by gosh, that's completely evaporated. We need some kind of a pricing mechanism. I like to see technological cooperation being firmly mentioned, not like in Kyoto, very generic, and people can forget. You can get out of the financing, strong languages on that so that you cannot play with it. And finally, the capacity building of the countries who are weak, who need help, and they be said, this is how we will do it. Thank you very much.
どうもありがとうございました。非常に幅広い投資の機会をこれから。
Thank you very much. We need to seek the wide area of investments going forward. Thank you very much. So, what sort of measures do you have in mind, Ambassador Dana, towards the COP21 agreement? So, how would you reflect? What's your reflection on these speeches made so far?
Well, thank you very much. Well, first, a lot has been said, and first reflection is that everybody contributes to the debate with the same aim, with different ideas sometimes, but with the same purpose. And I think this is very useful, as well as this kind of meeting today. I believe the most important challenge is that government inform well all their public opinion about the nature of this conference and this agreement, because there are different kind of international agreements. Some are quite important. Trade agreements are important. Security agreements are very important. But I don't believe any agreement has such an impact on a day-to-day basis for every citizen. And in many countries, this is not yet well understood. Of course, experts know about it, but it's not enough that experts know about it. It's really the need for having the whole country understanding that we are not talking about just an international agreement, but we are talking about changing our way of life, our way of producing, our way of organizing our economies. And as it has been said before, I don't believe this is yet the case. And this is why it would be important, I think, that in particular in our democratic countries, there will be not only a process of ratification of the agreement if there's a need for ratification, but a globally, a more global debate about how the country is going to adapt its whole organization to this new challenge. We have just passed in France a law on what we call transition in energy transition system, or I don't know how to translate it exactly in English, but the law is a long-term commitment on how we are going to adapt our production system, our energy system, and our way of working simply. And this, I think, is what we need for Paris, because if it's just one international agreement, of course, it's very interesting. It will have some benchmark and it will have some objective and commitments, but this will not be enough. If we really want to tackle the problem, we need a more deeper involvement. And I'm a bit surprised by the gap between the importance of the challenge and the lack of public debate in some countries about this issue. So I think this will be one thing very important if we want to go beyond the COP21 agreement into a process which would be really irreversible. Otherwise, everything has been said, and in particular, the need between commitments and solidarity, because this is, of course, the root of whatever can be done in Paris. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 今の大使のお話ですね。
Well, the ambassador Dana have touched upon that, and also Professor Sumi had mentioned that we are currently in a major transformation of our civilization. And in the past, we used to have a certain way to come up with the solution. And I think that the last pillar had to do with the change of the mindset of setting those resolutions. So it was transformation for solutions would become quite essential. And I think there's a lot more that we would be able to learn. And I think that this COP21 would give us the opportunity, would be the trigger for us to change dramatically. So COP21 is not the end, but I think it is just the start of everything to come in the future. So COP21 success means that the movement would further be propelled amongst all different countries, and each different countries would have to abide by whatever that they would have to do. We are sometimes mentioned that we are the social animal, meaning that each one of us would have to take the role in making actions. And if COP21 success would trigger those at the individual level, then I think that would be great. So thank you all very much. It seems like there is going to be a lunch right after this. With this, we'd like to close the session. Okay, now we would like to conclude the plenary session 2. Thank you very much for the panelists for your participation. And now people who's taking part in the lunch session, please move to the room 502. And once everyone is ready in the room, then we would start the lunch session. We would be taking the lunch break till 2:25. So from 2:25, we would be resuming the plenary session 3. And please do not take the receivers out from this room. Please leave it on your seats before you leave. Thank you very much.
皆様、もう間もなくの
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the session shortly. Please be seated as you wait for the start of the session.
じゃあもうでもここにお水置いときます。いいよね、きっとね。そこにお水があったって飲めないだろうか。あんまり本当ここに飲まないね。まあ。
もう少々で開始となります。
We will be beginning the session shortly. There are some seats still available in the front of the room. So if you'd like, please take your seat in the front part of the room.
お待たせいたしました。それではこれより全体
Thank you for waiting. We will start plenary session 3. Dialogue amongst Japan, China, and Korea. Japan, China, Korea's roles for climate policy. Partnership for a new age. First, we received the video message from Mr. Yasuo Fukuda, the former Prime Minister of Japan. In June of 2008, Mr. Fukuda went to Low Carbon Society seminar and he gave a speech. And by 2050, as the long-term target for Japan, CO2 reduction of 60 to 80% was mentioned. Or he mentioned that target. So the Low Carbon Society was something that he had a role in spreading, not just in Japan, but in the rest of the world. Now, please pay attention to the screen in front of you. I congratulate the holding of International Forum for Sustainable Asia and Partnership 2015, ISAP, along with or organized by IGES and the UNU. The theme for this year is Forging Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships Towards 2030, which is quite timely. The very first of this forum was held 7 years ago, immediately after the Toyako G8 summit held when I was the Prime Minister. At that summit, the biggest theme was to reduce CO2 by 50% by 2050. There was a consensus among G8 countries, including Russia, with the US agreeing on this for the first time. At the G20 meeting, which was held around the same time, China, Korea, India, Indonesia, and other countries agreed to this spirit. So that was truly a memorable moment. I still remember to this day that I felt exhilarated, thinking that now that the world has come together, we have a foundation on which to make progress while consulting with each country to achieve the goal. 3 years later, due to the misfortunes of tsunami disaster and nuclear power plant accident, Japan faced the necessity to fundamentally rethink the dependence on nuclear power, which was then the policy. Since then, we have not been able to present a firm policy. Finally, in recent months, we are starting to see the possibilities of restarting nuclear power plant, and we are seeing some progress on measures against global warming. However, in the past few years, even though it was a result of unexpected natural disaster, we caused a lot of inconvenience on the part of the international community. Because of that, Japan needs to further intensify its effort to take measures against global warming. At the time of Global 8 Toyako Summit, we set a high target of 60 to 80% reduction for the developed countries, along with 50% reduction by 2050. We also determined to reduce the emissions by 80% by 2050, which is a high numerical target. Things were different back then, so an 80% reduction meant that dependence on nuclear power would have been unavoidable. Even so, considering radiation issue and depletion of resources, we couldn't have decided to entirely depend on nuclear in the future. I remember that the percentage of nuclear power was kept at a low level. In order to build a sustainable society, we need a technological innovation. It requires a completely new technology, the kind that maintains a sustainable global society with whose raw materials are available infinitely and does not emit any CO2. On the other hand, the population on Earth continues to grow. In order to raise the standard of living for everyone, energy and resources needed would continue to expand infinitely. We need the development of technology, but at the same time, we need to gradually change our lifestyle. Laozi, the Chinese philosopher, said, "Enough is as good as a feast." Along with "mottai nai" by Nobel Prize laureate Ms. Matai, these phrases need to be part of global language. In an era where such a change is needed, the roles and responsibilities of the three East Asian countries, namely Japan, China, and Korea, are tremendous, as they account for 1/3 of global emissions. The three countries should cooperate so that their capabilities can be fully utilized in combating the global warming problem. Fortunately, these three countries have the technical expertise and economic prowess. Furthermore, the level of interest in COP21 is quite high, So there should be a sufficient impact on the international community. Japan, China, and Korea are all industrial countries in Asia. It is possible to deliver results by competing against each other in terms of technology and mutually cooperate where appropriate, increasing interdependency. To do that, we need to promote mutual understanding among the three countries. At this forum, the world-renowned Mr. Jeffrey Sachs is present. Also from Japan, Ms. Yoriko Kawaguchi, who exercised leadership at COP6, and Mr. Nobuo Tanaka, who has always thought about stable energy supply in the world, are also participating. Together with many experts, I hope that the forum will have huge success. Thank you very much. So we will start the plenary session. The moderator is Mr. Hironori Hamanaka, Chair of the Board of Directors. Now I'd like to announce the change in the panelists. The former Director General of the Energy Research Institute of the National Development and Reform Commission in China, Mr. Zhou Dabi. We will have Mr. Zhang Kejun of ERI. Mr. Hamanaka, please. Good afternoon, everyone. So starting in the morning, we had Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and as he mentioned in his talk, IPCC's fifth report, or according to ICCP fifth report, the world is, in order to prevent the serious damages of global warming, towards the second half of this century, around 2070, the emissions would have to be zero. So low carbon society or zero carbon would be necessary. Earlier, during the plenary session 2, the climate change, in order to foster measures to be taken against global warming towards COP21, there was a discussion on how to put in place the mechanism and to come up with dynamic and ambitious goals set by various countries, or so I imagine. So during this session in East Asia, China, Korea, and Japan, these three countries are playing a huge role. So each country's potential is quite huge. So the three countries are currently seriously making an effort towards low carbon society, and there's the expertise in economy, technology, and others. However, if you look at the global emissions, these three countries account for 30% of the total global emissions. So that means how these three countries can cooperate with each other and what kind of leadership can be shown to the rest of the world will be quite crucial as the world is to move towards low or zero carbon society, and how effectively the world can move in that direction. So these three countries play a key role. So during this session, in a long-term perspective, I'd like to get excellent leadership, and the research institutes should cooperate with each other. So the climate policy forum among Japan, China, and Korea is envisioned. So to that end, we have here with us as participants on the panel, we have Ms. Yoriko Kawaguchi, the former Minister of the Environment and who is currently a professor at Meiji Institute for Global Affairs. of major universities. So I'd like to ask Professor Kawaguchi to deliver a keynote address. And then I will give introductions later on, but other panelists will participate in the panel discussion. Before that, actually, from China and Korea, we will have presentation. So before each presentation or panel discussion, I will introduce all the panelists. So first, Professor Kawaguchi, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am Yoriko Kawaguchi. The international community agreed on the 2-degree target in Cancun, necessary to stabilize climate at a safe level. And in order to achieve that target, we need to create a society in which annual per capita emission is 2 tons by the year 2050. In the G7 Elmau summit held in June this year, the leaders supported the emission reduction by a higher part of the range between 40 to 70% by 2050 compared to 2010, which more or less corresponds with 2 tons per capita target, as you see from the screen. Am I operating this computer or you are doing it? Thank you. Okay, so as you see from this graph, currently per capita emission in the US, by far the US is at the top, Korea is 11 tons, Japan is 10, and China is 7. So towards the 2 tons target, we need to pursue a quite drastic reduction path going forward. So this is a common challenge among us all 3 countries. This will require a drastic shift, but we need to find areas where we can agree to cooperate to lead the way for making such drastic shift a reality. Japan, China, and Korea form a geographical region that is already comparable to the US and Europe in terms of technological and financing capabilities. By working together, we can exert greater impact on and contribution to the world. Talking about how interconnected we are, trade volume and interdependency, investment among the 3 countries, those things all dictate us to cooperate. And as Director Hamanaka said, we 3 countries are all eager to introduce renewable energy. And in 2014, the 3 countries accounted for 46% of the total investment newly made in the world in this field. China especially accounts for a big portion. So that means we are in the leading position in the world for development of renewable energy sources. And because we know that we are heavily dependent on overseas fossil fuel, a common challenge we share. On the other hand, promotion of renewable energy sources require demand and supply adjustment and upgrading of domestic power grid, all of which are common challenges as well. It is important that together we identify challenges of future expansion of renewable energy and discuss what kind of effective cooperation is possible to address those challenges. Coal-fired thermal power is a cheap and stable energy source and has played a central role in the energy mix of all three countries, and that's represented by blue here. However, coal-fired thermal power, its CO2 emission for generating a unit of electricity is about twice as high compared to natural gas-fired thermal power. To be in line with the goal of stabilization of climate, which is a society with per capita emission of 2 tons, introduction of highly efficient facility with CCS needs to be considered. And mid to long term, we all need to make a shift away from coal-fired technology to other energy sources. This is one of the areas where it is worthwhile for three countries to come together for joint research on coming up with a strategy for making such transition. The US, UK, Northern European countries, as well as the World Bank, have announced that in principle they will stop supporting developing countries for their coal-fired power. On the other hand, we three countries are still providing support and cooperation to developing countries in this respect. This is another area of potential cooperation between us. It would be significant if we could come up with common guidelines for CO2 emission in terms of providing support for coal-fired power generation as part of our endeavor to stabilize the climate. So I have been talking about Japan, China, and Korea, but please allow me to refer to China in particular. China has announced that it will peak its CO2 emission by about 2030, which I appreciate as an effort. However, as China is the second largest economy in the world, I would like to see China's proactive and positive contribution to leading a successful negotiation toward a new global framework, which goes beyond simply addressing its own challenges or playing its role as a leader of G77. As China is the biggest country of emission, it will also be necessary for the country to further clarify when and at what level it will peak out, and whether that can be further accelerated or not. Recently, Japan has announced and also submitted its target to reduce GHG emissions by 26% by 2030 from 2013 level. I understand that this number itself is controversial, but it's Japan's responsibility to continue to raise its level of ambition on top of the effort already made amidst the lingering impact from the Great East Japan earthquake and the further promotion of renewable energy source, although the Japanese government has not yet clearly stated that it will take on that responsibility, but I think Japan needs to do so. Our three countries are at different development stages. China has a latecomer's advantage, which Japan also enjoyed in the past. Learning from the mistakes made by more advanced nations, Japan was able to avoid failing in some respects. Japan successfully developed energy-efficient green technologies, taking the oil crisis as an opportunity. But Japan has also failed to have more comprehensive approach to, for instance, urban development, as industrial, transport, and construction sectors were in silos in addressing global warming. I think in this respect, China could learn a lot from Japan and Korea. For low-carbon society, we need to pursue innovation. Innovation not only in terms of hardware, but also in terms of software. How can we trigger innovation, commercialize it, and create a society that accepts innovation to materialize the world with per capita emission of 2 tons is an issue of software. This is also a common challenge for us all. Just for your reference, this shows you how much is invested into R&D of hardware technology across all industrial sectors in each country of Japan, China, and Korea. The size of the bubble represents each country's investment value. Green is Korea, and Japan is there as well, and then lower left, China is there as well. And as you can see, all 3 countries are spending a considerable amount of money for R&D. There is a rapid rise of investment in infrastructure in Asia to support its economic growth. This approach should be coupled with low carbonization. In order to reduce GHG emissions, it is important to fully utilize innovative financing mechanisms provided by ADB and AIIB in the future. Community-based initiatives will play even more important roles. Because we have similar cultural and social background, we can share approaches for low-carbon city and compare them with good understanding of each other. As I have outlined, Japan, China, and Korea share a variety of challenges and areas of interest. Therefore, it would be worthwhile focusing on those and deepen our research collaboration. Through our cooperation, 1 + 1 + 1 can be more than 3. Through joint research, let us find a form of cooperation that can be emulated across the world. I wish to see that happening. And with that wish, I would like to conclude my remarks. So what are the areas of cooperation among those 3 countries? So that's been my topic. Thank you very much.
川口先生、ありがとう。
Thank you very much, Professor Kawaguchi. So we have experts from Korea and China. So I'd like to ask for a presentation. I will switch to English.
Professor Ho-Sun Lee. He is the Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. And also he is a professor at Korea University Graduate School of Energy and Environment. May I invite Professor Ho-Sun Lee?
I'm very happy to be invited to this important session about the tripartite collaboration toward the low economy transformation, which we all would like to have for the remainder of this century. I would like to identify the areas of potential collaboration among 3 countries. I have selected 4 areas that was based upon Korea's experience of pursuing climate-resilient economic growth. In doing so, we have identified a number of barriers and costs, and at the same time, we realized that some measure of transnational collaboration or cooperation may have the possibility of reducing costs that may appear when each country pursue individual unilateral action. I would like to present those experiences to you in my presentation. Korea has been very attentive to what science community has said regarding the threats of climate change the problems, and its policy has been always very attentive to formulate a nationally driven policy, also simultaneously science-based policy formulation. In that regards, our policy experience has been firmly grounded what, for instance, the IPCC has said in the last several assessments. So I would like to very briefly summarize what IPCC has said in the last assessment, because you probably heard this numerous times, but because Korea climate change policy has been firmly attentive to what IPCC has said. As you may have so many times, the 2 degrees emissions path implies that by 2030, the world's emission has to peak at 20 gigaton of CO2 equivalent, and then will gradually decline to zero by 2100. That means a carbon budget of 275 gigaton. At today's rate of carbon emission, this implies that probably less than 30 years of the energy consumption that's left with regard to the carbon budget. Now, this implies the tremendous drastic energy transformation that in order to achieve 2 degrees C. For instance, by 2035, 60% of primary energy that must be from renewable energy. And by that same year, the electricity, all of electricity consumption has to come from the low carbon sources. This energy transformation, as you see in this timeline, must be done within the next 20 years. Now, this poses a great deal of problem to the developing countries, especially they need the increased access to capacity building, also technology, finance, and knowledge sharing to meet this challenge of energy transformation. And the reason that the developing country has to overcome this challenge and to create new opportunity is that the risks from no action is certainly much greater than risks of mitigation under all scenarios. Now, the IPCC, the latest assessment, clearly indicates that the ambitious mitigation is possible, and delaying mitigation that will be substantially costly. Now, Korea's contribution to the global aspiration for low carbon economy transition began rather recently, and in 2009 it adopted green growth as the foundation of future economic development. By the way, you have heard in previous session from the Ambassador Raegon Chung. He is one of the principal experts in formulating this green growth platform. And Korea facilitated the launching of the Global Green Growth Institute. And this is one of the institutes that Korea formally established for an international scale to achieve the green growth platform for around the world. And then it announced a voluntary mitigation plan for 2020 after that, and then it became the host country of the Green Climate Fund. And then beginning from this year, they implemented the nationwide CO2 cap and trade system. And then last year, it announced a contribution of additional $100 million to the GCF, specifically for capacity building for the developing countries. And quite recently, it submitted the very ambitious mitigation plan for 2030. Now, while the country has been pursuing these efforts, there are a number of barriers and costs were identified. But the other side of these barriers and costs we found that are really the potential candidate for transnational, especially for tripartite collaboration for low carbon transformation. We all know that the cost of renewable energy is greater than the cost of conventional fuels. This is not specifically limited to the Korean example, but all countries experience these problems. Now, this involves certainly technology aspect, but as well as also the pricing aspect too, especially from the technology side. There's great need to reduce system integration cost of renewable energy. Now, the first approach to solve this problem is pricing of carbon emissions, but any policy measures must be gauged from the angle of institutional feasibility. Now, the carbon pricing, regardless of where it is considered or mentioned, always meets these problems of institutional feasibility. So the low carbon economy transformation need to pass two criteria. One is public acceptance and the private profitability. Right now, we do not have either of those. Now, I have identified 4 areas possible for collaboration between the 3 countries. The first is expand the use of natural gas. The problem of expanding the natural gas at this time is that the price is so high. As you know very well, the LNG pricing is the remnant of the old days when the natural gas was a subsidiary product of oil. Now, the market has changed drastically, and therefore it requires new thinking about LNG pricing. I believe the new pricing of LNG can be worked out among 3 countries, and the end result of that will be beneficial both to exporter of LNG and also the importer of LNG. The second is we need some form of transnational electricity and natural gas grid. This is especially important because the expanded network of this electricity and natural gas can be a good insurance against the intermittent supply of renewable energy. In other words, this have the potential to reduce the system integration cost of renewable energy. And as you well very know, the 1 unit of renewable energy power plant requires at least 3 units of flexible electricity generation power plants. Now, one cannot think of coal-fired plants can perform that function. Obviously, it has to be natural gas in the meantime. And we need to seek a best practice nuclear safety regulations. Although nuclear has a great deal of public acceptance problems, to meet the 2 degrees C target, we do not have luxury of picking one technology over the other. Lastly, we need to have a regional carbon market. In that sense, we can have a meaningful contribution to seek some measure of carbon pricing at the global scale. I believe that the low carbon economy transformation ultimately depends upon every country's willingness to adopt the carbon pricing, first locally, regionally, and globally. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hoson Lee, for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jung Kye-jun. He is a senior researcher from Energy Research Institute, National Development and Reform Commission, the government of People's Republic of China. Dr. Jiang Keijun, please.
Because today's topic is talking about 3 countries. We say it's a new firm. What do we do? And we also have a lot of discussion. What's the new value added for that? Basically, we want to pass several messages. The first one is for the 2 degree, we can do. All the 3 countries, we should take the lead on the future for the 2 degree, just like Madam Kawaguchi-san mentioned about that is 2 tons per capita for CO2 emission. And second one is how to work together for these 3 countries. And maybe next one is how to help others. So today's my topic we'll talk about first. Yes, we can do, at least from Chinese side. And we do the research, whether we can go to the 2 degree or not. This is our just a result from our study. Dr. Hong Sen already mentioned about the IPCC funding for the pathway for the 2 degree. Let's say it's exactly the same with the previous talk that by 2050, 2100, we nearly go to 0 emission. And we're also talking about a little bit for the political one. So that's a burden sharing. This time, in the new IPCC report, we a little bit worried about burden sharing. So we changed that to be effort sharing. We should do our effort to do this. But anyway, you can see in the EAS means East Asia. We should not include Japan and Korea. So in that one, China nearly account more than 90% of the CO2 emission in that region. So basically, this is mean China. This figure just shows by 2030 how much CO2 emission should be compared with 2010. All the figure shows that for China, it should be by 2030 the CO2 emission should be around same with the emission in 2010 or even be lower. It's using a lot of effort sharing regimes, including the methodology which Chinese government prefer. That's a accumulated CO2 emission per capita. But we still have the similar figure. That means Chinese CO2 emission by 2030 should be at least go back to the similar emission level by 2010 with 2010. So then we did the scenario for China. I think the first 3 line, the top 3 line, we published it before Copenhagen. That's before year 2009. We tried to push to tell China can do CO2 emission peak around 2030. But basically, almost nobody believed that at that time. So we were very lonely. But the good news is by 2011, before that, we tried to open our data from the model. So by 2011, many of the models in China, they have the similar result. By 2030, China can reach the peak. This is becoming why China getting very strong confidence. We can announce China can reach peak of CO2 emission by 2030. But unfortunately, this is not enough. With the IPCC new process, because I'm also in charge of Chapter 6 of IPCC AR5, Working Group 3, which is on the scenario part. So the 2 degree scenario, please have a look at this. China have to peak CO2 emission before 2030. From our scenario, we conclude that China can peak our CO2 emission before 2025, which is feasible for China. We did a very detailed study why we can do such kind of thing. We tried to get the people again convinced. That's basically the word in the NDC for China. The sentence mentioned about China will try to peak earlier. So the information basically comes from this model. So we try to say, but nowadays we have a lot of to do. So we try to get much more people to understand why China can do this. We did a study from economic structure and energy efficiency progress, renewable and nuclear power generation, whether we can go ahead with that, and also carbon capture and storage. What's the new technology? We even joined the 3 feasibility study for CCS in China because we try to get the data from the industry. We can use that in our model. And we also try to use data to tell our colleagues in China CCS is still feasible and could be one policy option. And we do the low carbon lifestyle. So this is good. We work together with NIST and IGES on this low carbon society project, try to bring the new message to that. But so far, China, we don't have very good policy on the land use part. This is also our next target. We'll do a lot of study for land use, try to mitigate greenhouse gas emission from that part. Economic structure change is changing. We tried to pass the message 7 years ago, but we failed. So now China's economy go like this way, then suddenly changed. This is 2 years. So that's the reason why 2 days ago, China just released new data for the first half year on energy in China. You can see it's an amazing change. So for sure, this year, China's CO2 emission will reduce a lot. I think will be around 150 million ton CO2 emission reduction this year because of the one of the driving forces is economic structure change. In the meantime, power generation have a very strong changing picture. Renewable energy development is going very well. Nuclear move very fast. In the meantime, the growth rate of power generation is very low, just like 1.3% in the first 6 months. So that means coal-fired power plant reached the peak because every year newly installed capacity for renewable energy and nuclear can support China's 3.5% newly increased power demand. And in the meantime, we can do co-benefit. Actually, it's another way. Everybody knows we have a very big trouble with air quality in China. So the government released a very strong policy package to do with that. So it's so strong that we can see the driving force for coal to be reduced by today is mainly driven by the air pollution control policy. But in the meantime, we try to put them together. If we do low carbon, it's a very good benefit for air quality in China. And we also try to tell the message that actually we also learned today from this room, the technology progress is perfect. And these 3 countries should take the lead for this technology progress. It's not only for the mainstream of technology, but many other technology could be combined with them. So for example, how to install offshore wind. In the world, there's only a few companies can do such kind of work. But the Chinese company is learning to do with that. And politically, China is also changing the situation. For example, it's the first time in last November in APEC, China released the China-US announcement on climate change. The first time we specified to support a 2-degree target. If China want to support 2-degree target, that means we have to follow the global CO2 emission pathway. And they mentioned about try to peak by 2030, make effort to peak earlier. And they also mentioned about both countries maybe will more strict target in the future. This give more space. I'm not sure how about this time in Paris. But this figure also already showed by Madam Kawaguchi that the renewable energy so far is perfect in China. Just I like the picture showed that China's investment on renewable energy is 31%. Japan is 13%. Korea is 1%. But maybe in the coming future, Korea also can catch up. So these 3 countries are very important. If we put, this is only for renewable energy, but if we put nuclear also together, these 3 countries will account more than 50% of newly investment which is on green energy. This is only 3 countries. So this is our way we are doing with that. The last sentence I want to mention, last slide I want to mention about is just 1 month ago. No, it's not 1 month. I think, yes, 1 month ago, June 30, China submitted our NDC to UNFCCC, which mentioned about the target for renewable energy. For example, they mentioned about the solar power by 2020 will be 100 gigawatt in the NDC for China. But good news is just 3 days or 4 days ago, the National Energy Administration revised its target, increased from 100 gigawatt to be 150 gigawatt. And I believe very soon the NEA also will revise the target for wind. So that's a perfect work we are doing. That means we have some potential to go earlier than 2030 to reach the peak. if China can do that, for example, we follow, now we want to push China, try to peak CO2 emission around 2020 to 2022 by using carbon pricing, carbon market, and many policies to do that. If China can do this for 2 degrees, our answer is yes, we can do 2 degrees from Chinese viewpoint. Thank you very much. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jiang Kejun, for your presentation. さて、それでは、
So now, so far, we heard from 3 countries. So the experts from 3 countries talked about each country. We have about 30 minutes, so I would like to have a panel discussion. As we begin, I'd like to call upon Dr. or Professor Hikaru Kobayashi. He's the project professor at Keio University. In 2011, it was, I believe, in the Ministry of the Environment, or he served as the Vice Minister of the Environment, but he retired, and he became the professor at Keio University, and currently he's the project professor at the moment. So we'd like to hear from Professor Kobayashi. So far, there have been some areas identified or topics that should be addressed in terms of cooperation between 3 countries. But if possible, if you could share with us your own thoughts, Professor Kobayashi, and also, if possible, if you could comment on what you thought after hearing from the 3 panelists. If you could also share your thoughts with us, that would be appreciated. We have about 30 minutes. We have 4 panelists, so that comes out to be 7.5 minutes each, if I were to simply calculate it. But so if you could take up about that much, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. My name is Kobayashi. First, there was keynote speech and presentation, so I'd like to start with my own thoughts or impressions after hearing their speeches. We actually had a meeting for about 2 hours with 3 members, or with 4 of us. We didn't hear from the 3 panelists what they were going to talk about, so I heard their presentations for the first time, and I was very much moved, actually, thinking that many things are possible. So that is my first point. And as for, well, China is the biggest, and there's Korea and Japan, and the 3 countries cover about 1/3 of the global scale in just about everything. So if we cannot make a new world by the 3 countries, then the whole world may be in danger. So these 3 countries are very important for the rest of the world. So I came to realize that once again. The second impression I had was that I sense a lot of willingness, especially after having heard the presentation on China. I had to actually reflect upon myself. If China is committed to the 2 degrees target and believes, if they believe that they can do it, that is quite a contrast between that and people from Japan. So if China can do it, then Japan would have to do it. Earlier, Professor Kawaguchi, or Minister Kawaguchi, mentioned, and we have Japan and Korea are relatively at a high level compared to the 2-ton per capita 2-ton target. So based on these, I'd like to talk about what we could do. So I present this or pose this question of what possible research themes can be explored. This is something I took from WRI, but there are extensive supply chain network among the three countries. So the materials are obtained or procured from China or Korea and are turned into or manufactured into products in Japan and are exported. So what is emitted in China is actually something that is indirectly emitted by Japanese consumers. Conversely, when final product is used in China, they may be using something that was designed in Japan. So among these three countries, the emissions are made sort of collectively. So that needs to be quantified first. And we need to think of a way to reduce the overall emissions across three countries. There was a mention of creating a carbon market earlier. If there was such a thing, then we could reduce the overall carbon emissions among the three countries. You cannot reduce the emissions in just one country. So even if the emissions are to go up, it can be reduced drastically at the time of consumption. So there are different ways, and we should utilize the close economic cooperation among the three countries so that the CO2 overall can be reduced throughout the life cycle of products. So that's one possible research theme. And this one is something that is being done in Japan, the model eco-cities or future cities, to turn cities into environmentally friendly cities. So these efforts are being pursued. The background of this is that in Japan, the population is expected to decrease or decline. So in the given the declining populations, the challenge would have to be how you can create compact cities. So that's why there's a lot of emphasis on urban planning or designing eco-friendly cities. But then when you think about it, in China and in Korea, there's aging society, and eventually population will peak out. Not just the CO2, but the population would peak out as well. Of course, if the population continues to decline, then the countries would disappear. So it would have to stabilize at one point. But we will usher in a society with an aging population accounting for a big portion ahead of others in the world. So how can we create a society where the elderly citizens are quite active, but also at the same time CO2 emissions are low? So that can be a common theme that many countries in the world may be interested in. The Minister Kawaguchi talked about this a bit in particular. Something that we'd like people from China to learn about is that we, in Japan or in Korea, we didn't do such a good job in terms of urban planning or city planning. So maybe this is something that we can all work together on to come up with better ways of planning for cities. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the capabilities or the power of business or finance. There were these aspects mentioned in all three presentations, but the economic power of China, Japan, and Korea is quite huge. It doesn't mean that the governments are doing such a good job. I was part of the government, so I shouldn't be criticizing governments. But thanks to that, thanks to the efforts being made in the private sector, the economy is quite powerful. So we could utilize the private sector power for the environment or for other public interests like peace, welfare, and human rights. So we could utilize private sector capabilities. But then the private sector power cannot be sustained unless there's a profit to be made. So we should think about how to make a profit in the environment-related area. It just so happens that I'm chairing this committee. In Marunouchi, we have people from corporations to think of a way to have successful business. And so we looked at successful cases and we tried to draw the successful factors. Usually these three things are identified. If we do further research along with China and Korea, we could do a lot more. So a lot has been said already about co-benefit or multi-benefits or co-evolution with the clients and the society. So these themes could be explored in terms of research efforts, and we could think of how better we can utilize the private sector capabilities. There are many other things we could talk about or think about. So I hope that research efforts are to be made in these areas. Thank you very much.
No.
So we have heard from 4 speakers. They have all made very important points. Areas of cooperation among the 3 countries can be quite diverse. But roughly speaking, energy-related area is one, renewable energy and natural gas and international gas pipeline connectivity and electricity grid connectivity and the securing of safety of nuclear power. All these topics have been covered. And as for coal-fired thermal power generation, this is a challenge for us all. How can we address this challenge? So that's one thing. And another thing is about the economic policy, creation of regional carbon market or carbon pricing is another approach in this economic sphere. In relation to that, Dr. Kobayashi addressed the issue of financing. So how can a business make investment into this area? What about other institutions that are available out there? And on top of that, low-carbon urban development. This is an area we can share best practices and experiences. And also corporate supply chain. We need to take a big picture and take the whole supply chain to address common issues among the 3 countries. So for those topics, for the remaining time, like Professor Kawaguchi said, let's talk about how can we cooperate. Through cooperation, we can generate more than 3. 1 + 1 + 1 equals more than 3. So how can we come up with joint research forum? How can we add value from these perspectives? I would like to spend the remainder of the time to address those points. So Professor Kawaguchi, would you like to make a comment? So, including what Dr. Kobayashi said, and everyone else also made very important, great points. As the Chinese delegate said, we can do it. If we do it, everyone else will follow. Such a passion is what's required here. So up until 2 years ago, I was a politician, and I would always say, if not me, who would? So that was my pet phrase. Those 3 countries, we need to demonstrate that we can do it, like Dr. Zhang said. We need to show that to the world, that we can do it. Because climate change and global warming, this is a formidable challenge. But then, we need to have some incentive. We have to direct our vector towards such incentive. And in this endeavor, to say we can do it is very important. Comparing different policies among 3 countries and learning from best practices, these are all very important. But among all of those approaches, for the 3 countries to come together to create something new is even more important. That is a project we are trying to address here. For instance, emission trading or creation of the emission trading market is one such endeavor. And at the foundation of that, we need to have measurement, verification, review, we need to have standardized approaches for measuring, reviewing, and monitoring. Unless we have such standards, we can't create a joint market. Creation of a joint market needs to have such standards. And for that, we need to have a roadmap of joint research. And the global discussion of global warming. So for the three countries to play a role to advance such global discussion, what is necessary is for us to make open our approaches to the world as well as to our general public. And we need to secure transparency and clearly monitor our progress status of the roadmap. So it's very important for us all to disclose what we are doing. And what's equally important is networking, like electricity grid or the market, whereby we can support each other when we are in a greater need. So that is also one potential area of joint project. Using current technology, although our countries are divided by the sea, it is possible to create such a network. And for that purpose, what's important is supply security. We can create such a common grid, but for that to work, it's very important for all of our countries to stay stable. This is about egg or chicken. So if I am to put on a hat of former foreign minister, yes, this kind of joint approach can actually lead to advancement of each of the three countries. That can be called another core benefit. And talking about an ocean, of course, acidification of ocean has something to do with global warming, and the role that an ocean or a sea can play needs to be discussed. And this is another area of joint research for the three countries. Talking about an ocean or a sea, this is not only to do with global warming, but the quality of water. This may not be directly related to global warming, but then this is yet another very important challenge that we can address together. But in any case, I am very happy that I have been able to hear from all of the panelists here very positive remarks. Thank you very much.
Much, Madam Kawaguchi. Next, may I invite Professor Hosen Lee?
Thank you. I see a difficult task and an easy task. And to my mind, the difficult task is to install some system of common carbon market or some system of harmonized carbon tax. That would be a very difficult task, although that is most idealized way of addressing this climate change issues. And I believe that if three countries' finance ministers meet together and declare that the three ministers are trying to seek a way to install a common carbon tax system of three countries, I believe it will be just fantastic news globally. And economists have always said that to resolve these climate change issues, we need to have a global tax. And then when it comes to the way to implement such a concept, everyone just wish to run away from that question. Therefore, if the real authorities of three countries get together and declare their intention to seek such a system, will be a very, very positive news around the world. And I think it will be a very difficult one because establishing a harmonized carbon market is one thing, and then maintaining the carbon market system or maintaining the harmonized carbon tax system is totally different one. Theoretically, all the literature indicate that the carbon price has to rise exponentially for the rest of the century in order to reduce the fossil fuel, the carbon emissions from fossil fuel to zero. Now, that is a tremendous commitment on the part of the government official to follow that carbon tax that was imposed in the previous government, and then follow that, and then accept that carbon tax in the current government and the next government. So that's the reason why I said the carbon tax idea has the test of institutional feasibility, which is very tough to pass. I believe the easy one is the way to expand LNG use. And I think it is possible that the importers from 3 countries meet together along with producer, exporter of LNG to find a way mutually beneficial to producers and consumers for the expansion of LNG, natural gas use in this region. And all 3 countries need to expand LNG to meet the 2 degrees C target. And obviously, you know that for the longer term, without the service of CCS, you shouldn't think of using natural gas either. But as a so-called bridging fuel, you need to have a natural gas in order to substitute coal-fired electricity to approach that the 2 degrees C mitigation pathways. Therefore, I strongly not really recommend, but wish to see a photograph that the producer and consumer dialogue, especially among the importers of these 3 countries, attended by the exporter of the natural gas to this region, and seek a mutually agreeable way to expand the natural gas supply to this region at a affordable price. Here, affordable means that that price has to be competitive against some fuels that will be needed to satisfy the base load generation. I think that is the key, for the success of LNG expansion in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hosondi. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Jang Kye-jeon, and I particularly appreciate your views on the possible add value of proposed creation of 3-country collaborating research platform. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So I want to mention about the 3 points. First one is we can do. But based on my presentation, still some uncertainty. We should continue to do the feasibility, whether this 3 country can go ahead with a 2-degree emission pathway. For example, when we present our scenario for 2 degrees for China, it's already many arguments. For example, unless one country proposed 80% emission reduction by 2050, compared with 1990. This is altogether 60 years. But our scenario shows that China, after we reach the peak by 2050, in order to reach the 210 or a little bit higher than that, China needs to reduce at least 65% within maybe 25 years. Whether it's feasible or not, because it's totally impact our decision right now in the Chinese 13th five-year plan that's in the coming future. Just recent several weeks, we discussed a lot whether China should stop any new coal-fired power plant building. Just stop. So this is still because we must put this into the policy making process before October. We're setting our new 5-year plan before that. So we try to work a lot because this is the feasibility for China, whether we can go to 2 degrees or not. Of course, we can install coal-fired power plant, but actually we need a CCS. Or otherwise, we have to close. In our scenario, actually, we are calculating whether China will close 200 gigawatt coal-fired power plant by 2050, which will be a very high cost. They have to close earlier before they reach their lifespan because the normal coal-fired power plant, their lifespan is 35 years. That means every new coal-fired power plant we build now, they will continue to use after 2050. So this is the first one. We should do a lot of this and try to convince our big guys to believe that the 2 degrees is still feasible. The second point is how to work together, these 3 countries. I like the idea the renewable energy, if we do see China and Japan put a lot, Korea, whether they can catch up in the coming future, and whether we can go ahead with nuclear power by these 3 countries, because these 3 countries still big guy in the nuclear power generation. So this is something we have to think about how to work together. And also, Dr. Tai Yong-jun proposed the cities comparison in the 3 countries. I like this very much because Canada is not very active in climate change. But Vancouver is the first big city proposed by 2035, there will be 100% renewable energy city. It's amazing because behind that, there'll be a lot of new technology. They will do this. But whether we can have some city like in this level in our 3 countries, I'm not sure, Beijing, Shanghai, or Tokyo, somewhere also, we can do similar thing. I'm not sure. This is something we need to think about in the coming future because this is a competition among countries for the low carbon technology. But what I'm happy for Madam Kawaguchi's presentation that all the low carbon technology, based on our review, is money come from 6 or 7 country or regions: United States, EU, Japan, Korea, China, Australia. This is proved by the picture that R&D data. So you can show these 3 countries or regions, they account nearly 90% of R&D in the world. That means in the coming future, all the technology or low carbon or low carbon transition will mainly supported by these 6 countries or regions. But Japan, Korea, China, hopefully will account more than 30% of the total investment on R&Ds in the coming future. So this is another story. So last one is I want to mention about how to help others. So we already discussed a lot for the 2 degree Asia. Asia is quite a diverse region. We have very rich countries like Japan and Korea. We also very big emerging countries like China and India. We also have very poor countries like Myanmar, Cambodia, and Bangladesh. So we need to understand how to work together. For example, I just calculated quickly, in Myanmar, the total installed power generation capacity, just like 1 coal-fired power plant in China. So if we want to make them to change how much money they need, what's the burden for local people, whether we can design some new mechanism to help them when they develop their economy, but try to avoid the high carbon pathway. The good news is technology nowadays is getting much cheaper than before. It's amazing. That's the reason why China put a lot of money on renewable energy. And today, if you can see, for example, just show that there's nearly 35% of renewable energy capacity is in China, global one. And also, if you check with the subway, nearly 65% of subway under construction is in China. And you also can check with the nuclear reactor, many things. We are changing this. But with this, we can work together in this room for the 2 degree Asia. I like this idea very much. Let's see what happens for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. さて、議論を重ねてまいりました。ほとんど
So thank you very much for your discussion. We've already consumed all the time allocated to us. I would like to finally ask Dr. Kobayashi to give us final comments. Well, I was already relaxing because I thought you would not call on me. But anyway, so how to implement all of the things we have been talking about, this is another issue. But talking about the carbon tax, I love carbon tax. It's almost my work life. I have always thought that carbon tax is really necessary, but it's really touchy politically. But for such touchy discussion to take place, we need to have power of politicians. But those politicians who are still acting, they probably will not make any comments on such a touchy issue. So all of the retired politicians can come together from the three countries to talk about such a touchy issue as carbon tax. And of course, we need to utilize university power. So at my university, we have foreign students from China as well as from Korea. For instance, going to Yonsei University, our Japanese students are going to Yonsei University to get master's degrees, for instance. Such university networking is very important. So politicians working together, institutions and universities working together, that's very important. And finally, financing. It's very important to have finance for such three countries collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you. In this third plenary session, we discussed how three countries can effectively collaborate and disseminate the outcome of such collaboration to the world so that we can lead an example of low carbon society to be emulated across the world. And finally, we would like to see 2 degrees Asia. That was a very important message. Through this event today, three countries, a tripartite climate change high-level forum is something we are trying to establish. And finally, we got very important advice from Dr. Kobayashi as to how to go forward and press ahead with this proposal of the joint forum. So based on the valuable input that we have obtained today through this session, let us work together and generate benefits for all three countries, but at the same time share those benefits across the world. So that's our ultimate aim. And for that purpose, I would like to continue to work together with you. And I would like to ask the audience for your cooperation and support for establishment of such joint forum. And we would like to share the progress status of the establishment of that forum together with the audience in the future. So once again, Professor Kawaguchi and all the panelists, thank you very much, and please give them a big hand if you will. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Hamanaka. Thank you very much, all the panelists. I would like to propose a break for the next 10 minutes. We are running out of time, so we will start the parallel session from 4:05 already in the 3 venues. So after the break, please go to the venue that you have selected at the time of the registration. So let's take a break for the next 10 minutes.
10分からは本会場を含む3つの会場にてパラレルセッションを開催いたします。休憩後、16時5分までに登録時にお選びいただきましたご希望のセッション会場にご移動ください。